Yes. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing this evening? Welcome to another night of, well, me streaming, I guess. All right. Tonight we're sculpting. Obviously, if there are any questions or anything of the such, feel free to ask away and we could work through any of the issues you're having with your work. But like I said, tonight we're doing a little sculpting as opposed to all critiques. We're trying to break it up where it's every other week, one sculpting and the next critiquing. If you are on YouTube, please hit subscribe and like, and the little bell gives you notifications when we're on. It's real important for us that you do that. It's, you know, that social media stuff. Please help us participate in a full and broad spectrum. How's that? Was that convincing?
I'm convinced.
I'm convinced too. That was pretty good.
Much so, yeah.
Yeah, right. You know, it's funny. I see and feel a visible note. Oh, Jesus. I feel and see a obvious difference since we've tuned the RAM. In some of the things, they are definitely quicker.
Good.
It's funny, isn't it? You're like, no, you turned it up. It's like when you turn up the volume, does it get louder? All right, all right. We're check through and everything? That's good.
Yep.
Woo, woo, woo. It's funny, I wonder if we can do this. Come on. Oh, that's the wrong one. And tilt that down. Can you still hear me there?
Let me deafen myself in Discord and I'll just listen to the stream for a minute.
Okay. Is that okay? Hello, hello, hello. Are you just not responding? Did I lose everybody?
I'm still here. I just I have to get over there too.
Yeah, I couldn't talk to you in Discord because I had to deafen myself to listen to the stream.
Oh, good point.
But yes, sounds great.
Okay.
Good audio levels.
Good. And that just gets it up and out of my way. Hey, Wraith, how's it going, sir? Have you been doing anything new and exciting over the last week? What's my lag here? Yeah, 4 seconds, that's not bad. Well, no COVID, you keep that out. Let's move this down. That's a little better. Right. Hello, Malaysia. How are we doing today? Tilt that. Adjust that. That should be a little more direct. Hopefully that's not horrible. I'm going to squish. Alrighty. So I guess the last update is what made these buttons so big. And now let's go into Gizmo. Tiny icon. Oh, see? Big icons, tiny icons. That's in this last update. Go back to tiny icons for a minute. Can't see anything. So I have this lovely elephant model that I've had for a while. And I made it coat hooks, but I think we're going to play with it and make it a two-fingered ring, maybe. Or maybe just a really big ring with going up the middle. What's that?
With stabby bits?
With stabby bits. I did not say that this is going to be a safe ring. All those things that I tell my students not to do, we're going to accomplish in this one tonight.
As long as you refer to it as a cocktail ring, it doesn't have to be practical or wearable.
That's true. This is a remove your eyeball when you sneeze ring. Whoa. That's not what we want to do. Where is... Come on, you can go down. How many different things do I have this in? Here's ZBrush. Did ZBrush crash? Have I lost my... Oh, there you are. Aha! We're back. Awesome. All right, we're going to go into Lightbox real quick. Boop. Let us go into tools, jewelry tools, rings by size. And we're going to make this my size. I'm sick of making stuff your all size. I can't ever get my fingers into them.
Oh, man.
But I have been losing weight, so maybe that is something that'll change here soon.
You got sizes around there somewhere?
I do. We'll have to double check.
My desk drawer right here.
Give me a couple weeks and I'll be down to appropriate ring size. You know, I hear that finger fat's the hardest fat to get rid of. Ooh, I like it. We'll make a Stampede knuckle duster. Very nice. All right, let's take you, append, ring-a-ding. Transparency. Where's that ring? So we need to bring you down. And I think like that. Look at you up in here. Now that's interesting. Make you a little bigger than that. Ooh, that's going to wear awesome. I know you're excited about that ring, aren't you? Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't laugh. You're going to love this ring. You're going to beg for it to be in the store just because you love it so much.
I do want you to tilt it more. Because it seems like a lot of skull not touching the finger.
Well, it has to go off the front more. Right?
Yeah.
And to be fair, this is what? Slider's a subtool. Well, that's a 9mm. I mean, that's a pretty wide band. Honestly, it needs to go that way even a little more. I mean, we can't really...
From the top of the shank, once that gets sort of merged in, it'll look more normal.
Yeah, and we have to bring the ears up higher too, because that's it's got to roll over the other two fingers. Hold on, where's our mandrel? Mandrel. Mandrels are fingers tonight,
They always are.
right? Isn't that the whole point?
That's the whole point.
Give me that mandrel. Boop. Finger number 1.
So I think jewelers should standardize on a more squared mandrel, because fingers are not round.
What?
Fingers aren't actually round.
That's crazy talk.
I think rings that have a squared inner profile are more comfortable. I wish more people made them.
Yeah. That's not going to happen anytime soon, sadly.
Certainly not.
That's all I need to worry about right there. Bring these down a touch. Okay. Have I tried Blender for sculpting? No, I haven't, honestly. I've been using ZBrush for 16 years, and so pushing 17 years, so the concept of changing programs makes no sense to me, especially one that doesn't have nearly as many sculptural benefits as ZBrush does. I don't animate, or I don't do film stuff. I go into manufacturing, and it's just not a Blender's just not a manufacturing program. And I know they're doing stuff to make it so, but that's like, you know, I'm driving a Porsche, and like when you ask me to use Blender, it's like, well, here you have a Porsche. Why don't you try this brand new Honda Accord? Well, you know, a Honda Accord's a perfectly nice car, but it's not the Porsche. And I've been driving the Porsche for a very long time, so it makes no sense to go hopping into an Accord. But I don't have anything against Blender. It's just not my thing.
You might have to kick up your desktop audio a little bit.
Am I being...
I'm low, according
You're
to
low? Oh.
Yeah.
Say something.
So saith Wraith.
Is that better? That's as loud as I can get you.
Wraith.
Is there a way to make you louder than just jamming that volume button all the way up?
Yes, there is definitely one way. Let's hear back from Wraith if I'm loud enough now.
Okay. Maybe you should stop mumbling.
I'm not mumbling.
Mumbler. You're the mumbler. Oh yeah, the
I'm
mumbler.
watching you if I am.
A mumble. What are you implying? Are you implying that I mumble? I don't know about that. I call foul. As in big turkey. Move. Infinite Z. Now, if I was a married couple, I'd have better health insurance. He has good health insurance.
That's the truth. Let me see if I can increase my volume on my end. I cannot. So if you go into Discord and in the chat, you right click my name, there's a user volume slider. I'm probably at 100%. You can drag me up.
Okay, Discord.
Yep.
Go by your name.
Right click my name.
Oh, you mean in the chat or just?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I need to find that. Right click. Oh yeah. How's that? Try that now.
Check. Wraith.
That sounds louder.
Wraith.
Oh,
Better.
I seem to be getting my character is being besmirched this evening.
And not by me.
I know, it's shocking. Wraith has turned on me. I don't know what's happened. He used to be such a good little soldier. Well, that's as loud as I can get him. Maybe he's just mumbling tonight. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I can. Well, I've got the mic right here next to my face. I can turn the gain up. I can turn the gain up if that helps, but you're gonna hear like.
It is.
sounds
It's
from
amazing
down
how
the
much noisier
hallway.
that is.
Yeah. Did it get worse?
Well, just the environmental noise definitely picked
Yeah.
up.
Back a little bit. There we go.
Hey, Davros.
Oi, oi.
I know you have been photoshopping me for years, and you have a magic way of really finding really special moments. It's hysterical. It's like, how can you find a picture of me that looks so bad? It's really
Tomas, what's your favorite rendering program?
to be deadly honest, I just use Keyshot because that's tied to ZBrush. I think that Eric likes Redshift, right?
Arnold?
Oh, is that what it is?
I think he defaults to Arnold. Yeah. He likes them all though.
Is that Crab East? Crab East, we're not really doing crits tonight. I'm sculpting, and then if people have questions, we'll answer them, but we do crits every other week. I know it says crits there. We'll eventually get that sorted out. Why did Maxon buy ZBrush? Because I guess they felt that they could make money off of it, I would assume. I mean, let's face it, if you're going to buy a program that's tied into, because they do Cinema 4D, if you're going to buy a program that's tied into the, in industry's workflow, you're not going to find one better than ZBrush. I mean, every major studio uses it, so I'd assume that it ties into some of their future desires for Cinema 4D, maybe, or vice versa. I don't know. Sadly, I didn't get to sit in on the meetings.
Have you ever used Core Mini?
We have. Eric's much better at Core Mini than I am, because sadly, I've developed tools that I use for everything, and Eric's just much more talented, and he uses all kinds of stuff. His capacity to make things from other programs is far more impressive than my capacity to change my workflow. I spent a lot of time and energy getting my workflow to work, and well, he's used a lot of far more normal workflows, so I think that using them is a little bit more tied to a traditional workflow. So, but we have some Core Mini videos up of Eric doing, it's like 2 projects, right?
I think there's 2 core projects and 1 Core Mini project.
Oh, 2 core. Okay. Yeah. I think we're rocking that back a little more.
Oh, and that link doesn't work. YouTube.
Who's in charge of it? We're going to have a talk with him.
There we go. YouTube cuts off messages at a very short length. So if I end a long message with a link, YouTube cuts the link in half, and it's just chopping it through and adding dots. There we go. No, that one worked. Okay.
Gotta love it. I don't know if sculpting an elephant ring is shining, but you definitely get to fiddle around a little more. Which is good. We just figured that people might like to see a little more sculpting sometime than just doing critiques all the time. And we weren't getting as many critiques as we used to, so it allows us to kind of do some other stuff for some of it. Best 3D software 2020.
2022.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic. I can't see. Well, I mean, to be deadly honest, I use a little bit of Autodesk or AutoCAD, well, actually, really Fusion 360, to build things every once in a while, but that's really more about converting other people's models to something I can use in ZBrush. I don't really use many things except for ZBrush, honestly. Do I use any other 3D programs that I'm not thinking about?
DAZ sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, that's a 3D program. This is such a broad question.
ZBrush?
Yeah. ZBrush is the answer, obviously, on this channel. Do you know whose channel you're watching?
Why, it's got to be Blender, right? I'm fired. Because someone's going to take that. No, I'm going to be surprised if Raytheon doesn't clip that out.
Please don't.
Sends it to Pixo. I don't know if Maxon will have the same humor as... They were like, who's this jerk? Why is he streaming for us? Yeah, that would have been nice. How dare you think of that? Jeez. See how you are?
I mean, the sarcasm was palpable, so I think it would have been fine either way. But after you make your model in ZBrush, because obviously that's where you're going to make your model, Blender's a great tool for the next phase.
Sure, what he said. I don't even know what the next phase is.
I don't know. Animation?
I guess. Aren't we supposed to say Cinema 4D for that?
Oh no, I do have to learn things, don't I? Shoot.
It's so funny. Pablo uses Blender. He uses a lot of stuff.
I'm sure a lot of people do. And if your goal is to be a teacher and teach people, you need to get familiar with a lot of packages.
You know, my poor students might hate my guts.
Well, we have someone else for that.
Oh, here comes our Vomnigo.
Yep. I'm deleting them off YouTube, but I can't delete messages from RestreamBot, so they're stuck there on Twitch.
That's okay. They're going to come back as a different person anyway.
They are.
I don't understand. Did you Google that and figure out what that means?
Yeah.
The depth mask is sort of a, it's almost like a layer tool. So what you're doing is you are setting parameters above and below the surface, which it will not go past. So geometry, where's depth mask? It's in here. I very rarely use it. And it's something that I know that I want to try to use. Do we even know where depth mask is anymore? Is it in layer? Be in geometry, right? Mm. Um, I'm actually pretty pro NFT as an artist. I think right now, it's very fatty, as in FAD, not FATT. Um, Basically, NFTs were developed as a way to have ownership in the next round, like Internet 3.0. And so there are far bigger uses for it than the, magic card collecting, which is the NFT world right now. So I just view NFTs at the moment as sort of, we have this cool technology, and someone was like, hey, we can make money off this right now instead of waiting to the integration. But at some point here, fairly soon, we're going to try some NFTs with a friend of mine. And we're going to put some stuff out there. But the cool thing about NFTs is for artists, it's actually one of the first times in history that an artist can partake in the wealth of his or her fame. And what I mean by that is you could be selling your stuff at, let's say, a flea market on Saturdays, or an art, like a art market on Saturdays. And we're trying to work out where with every object you get an NFT sort of as a certificate of authenticity. And the nice thing about NFTs is, let's say I'm doing it at the art market and I'm selling things for 150, 300 bucks. And then all of a sudden I get famous for doing something. And now those things start getting sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Well, even after I sold it the first time for 100 bucks, every time that sells in the future, I can get my 10% of each sale. So it allows an artist to partake in the value of their work as it increases in popularity and value. So for that, I think it's an incredibly powerful thing for the artist. It also, I think, is going to be a great way of having, like I said, authenticity, because, if you get an NFT with every object that you sell, then that acts as the certificate of authenticity, and you can't forge it. It's no one can mint NFTs in my name. So, the beauty of the blockchain is that now becomes an unforgeable asset. Now, we're not quite there yet where we can use it as freely as that, but I think, I think there are some really wonderful things that can be done with NFTs, and we just have to get there. On my poly paint, I'm getting some bleeding when using poly paint by poly groups. Oh, there you go. It also can be resolution. If you have low res, it'll bleed or appear to bleed. Well, here again, I mean, I get knocked off all the time. You're never going to prevent people knocking stuff off. Because if they're getting knocked off on OpenSea, they're getting knocked off on t-shirt shops, and, their work is getting knocked off. That's where the NFT actually becomes something that is very useful, because if it's not minted by you, then it's not real. And right now, it's still like that concept of the NFT as certificate of authenticity really isn't in the market yet. So, yeah, people are getting ripped off. But, I mean, end of the day, if you buy a ring that's a knockoff of my ring and you don't have the NFT that came with that ring, then eventually people are going to know that that's not an authentic part because you don't have that NFT as the authenticity token. Where if there isn't that, someone can Photoshop the certificate of authenticity that I produce, and they can forge my signature, and they can forge the paperwork. I mean, just go on eBay and look at like fake Rolexes and fake like expensive fountain pen. They mimic the packaging. DuPont lighters are often knocked off. Anything that's a luxury item, let's face it, it's being knocked off. So, sadly, as an artist, getting knocked off is just something you have to deal with. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying, sadly, there's no getting around that right now. So, yeah, I feel you there, but I think that if like, let's say I give you an NFT with that object and it is minted by House of Wittelsbach. Well, if you go out and you buy a ring and they give you an NFT and it's minted by Thomas Wittelsbach Design Inc., you know that that's not me, right? Because I'm only minting from one thing, and that's how you can control that. But like I said, the system isn't really integrated that well yet to where it can be used that way. And that's something that me and a few people who are in the NFT world, we're hoping that by the end of the year we can sort it out to where that's something that is a viable authenticity tool. Freelance versus full-time job in 2022. Well, if you can get a full-time job, I would probably say it's not a bad idea. I don't know. I'm a full-time worker. I don't even understand the concept of part-time jobs. I've been freelance for a very, very, very long time. I'm about to join a company, so I will be getting a check from a company. And but I mean, that's me selling my work to, it's not me working for someone else really. It's just a way to get me paid in the process of selling my work through my friend and business partner Alligator Jesus's boutique. More on that soon. But I don't know. If you can get a full-time job, I'd probably suggest it. Having money is good. No crits in 2 weeks? 1 week.
1 week.
Especially if you can get a full-time job that has healthcare. That's good. Good full-time job to get. Because in America, if you're trying to get a part-time or freelance gig, just remember you don't have healthcare. Which, I don't know, I think's a pretty important thing. Considering I think we're probably one of the only nations on the planet where you can lose your home and everything you own because of medical bills. Gosh, the free market's awesome. Oh no, Wittelsbach Miniatures is coming. We just have so much to do to get some of this stuff going. But once things are up and rolling, it is definitely something I plan to do. I just did too much miniature work not to do it this way. I did watch Dune. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it great.
Too. And I didn't like the book, so I was pleasantly surprised with the movie.
Why didn't you like the book?
Too long. Too much economics.
Yeah. If you were reading it for... Yeah. I mean,
It was like the first half of the book is somebody's master's thesis on economics.
well, that's kind of Frank Herbert. That's what he was sort of all about.
Yeah.
I
Oh
mean, if
no.
you read all of his books, I mean, like even some of his very, very early books, they're mostly about social structure. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yep, that makes sense.
and so he really was a futurist, right? You know, I mean, he was really trying to see or figure out how society would function in the future, not just write sort of action adventure books, you know?
Yeah, he made a very full and in-depth world. I can see how a lot of people like it, but it was a real just trudge.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, it's definitely not for everyone. But I was sort of raised to be a politician, so it kind of tied directly into what that was getting hammered in my head anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody was hammering on your head, I can see how you'd like, long and boring books.
Uh, so you weren't really a like a political science reader.
Oh God.
You weren't reading a
No,
lot of social history and theory books.
no, no, no.
I have a book for you. You'll love it. It's Miguel de Unamuno's The Tragic Sense of Life of Men and Nations.
Mm. I mean, sounds like a blast.
It's actually one of my favorite books. He was part of a philosophical movement in Spain in the 30s or 20s and 30s. But there's this really interesting principle that um, they were sort of working with. And his idea was, they were using Don Quixote as an example. And their example was this: if you are reading a book and you go through that character's life, right? I mean, Don Quixote or The Man of La Mancha is a pretty in-depth book about, someone's internal brain space. And so the philosophical gesture was saying, well, if you read this book, you go through all these experiences with this character, you learn how to deal with your emotions and how they deal with things. You learn what love is or how people deal with love. You learn what tyranny is. You learn what really crappy people do and behave. And then you take those lessons and apply them to your life. Are these characters not actually more real than the neighbors you don't know? Right? It's like, great, you have these people who live down the road, but are they not just a physical abstraction as opposed to a thing that you learn from? And they give it a slightly more elegant process, but I found it to be a very fascinating concept. And, even now, right, look at, are the people who represent themselves, I mean, people who represent themselves on the internet as influencers, right? Let's use this as an example. Chances are, I mean, we know for a fact that a lot of them are complete frauds, right? I mean, there was that girl who was the travel influencer that winds up, she just bought a beautiful projection, a beautiful projector, and was projecting other people's vacation photos behind her.
Mm-hmm.
And she had like a little lighting studio and she was writing reviews and she never left her apartment. And so, but that character was very real to people and real enough that she influenced where and how people traveled and, how businesses were succeeding and failing because she would write reviews of them. And she actually got busted for fraud because she was doing reviews. She was pretending to be like what is it? Not Secret Santa, but what do they call them when they go into places and like don't?
Secret Shopper.
Yeah, that one. Secret Shopper, Secret Santa, close enough.
Yeah, close enough.
And so, I mean, just the concept of influencer really, I find quite fascinating, because things that we learned for ourselves, we now relinquish to other people who actually have very little knowledge most of the time. But because whatever it is that catches the social consciousness, right, they become quite important to society. And yeah, honestly, I'm terribly sad that that's been removed from books. And we now have raging ding-dongs that are dictating the path of society. Yeah, kind of tragic. But that, I'm just old. I still believe in a book epistemology, not a ding-dong epistemology. Well, it's not necessarily new. It's just that in the past, there had to be, like, I remember when I was younger, there was a woman who was a Pulitzer Prize winning photographer. And she was in, I'm going to say, Bosnia, Herzegovina. And she was shooting sort of, villagers running from, a tank barrage. And she was there. The young lady who she took the picture of was actually running, but she asked the girl to cross the road, because I guess she was already across the road, so she missed her against the background. And she took the picture after asking her to go back and just run across the road again. And when they found out that's what happened, she had her Pulitzer Prize removed, because they said that was staged. That wasn't photojournalism, right? That was just free-form photography or editorial photography, but not photojournalism. And, the concept of anything being journalistically integrity, or anything having journalistic integrity now, is, a raging joke. I mean, that's not, the truth means nothing to society now, where, when you had 3 news channels, there had to be a level of integrity that, and I'm not saying, the system wasn't lying about us being in Cambodia and Vietnam. Yes, there was a concerted effort to lie to the press and say blah, blah, blah. But reporters eventually found out, because when they were investigating, what was being told to them and what was being witnessed was different. And in turn, people were trying, at least, to do their jobs. Now, there have always been kowtowers and sycophants who are just there to support the system. But if you got caught, then normally you were ostracized and you lost your position, where now no one cares. I mean, it's just mind-bending how truth means nothing anymore. So yes, in the past, our opinions were formed by the media, but a lot of that really started like after the Civil War, you had the advent of the telegraph as well as it wasn't a photograph at the time. It was what, a phototype. It was lithographs. Yeah, exactly. You know, and at that time, that might not have been something that anyone would care about. But, 40s through the 70s, well, even early 80s, photojournalism at least attempted to have some form of, there needed to be some level of truth that was represented. And, like Edward R. Murrow and a lot of the war journalism really brought out the conflict between state secrets, right? This is where our troops are. You can't tell people. I mean, I don't know if you remember when, oh God, what's his name? Geraldo Rivera was it was the first Gulf War, and he was, embedded with one of the troop sets. And he actually draws a little map in the ground, showing where the troops were. And we're about to cross this river. He got yanked. They sent him home. They were like, no, dude, you can't you can't tell everyone where the troops that you are embedded with are. I get that. That makes sense that you can't necessarily do things like that. But, let's say, and there's evidence and that we knew that Pearl Harbor was going to happen. I don't know. There's not enough evidence to say yes, it was or yes, it wasn't. But let's say if we found, letters saying, oh yeah, we knew that the Japanese were going to bomb Pearl Harbor, but we didn't tell anyone because blah, blah, blah. Would that shock me? No. But, they were also laughing at, or I don't know where I got laughing at. They were also, you had to believe, or at least report the news as it was told to you from politicians as well. So, yeah, it's tricky. But to say that it's been like this forever is willful ignorance of, the past. Because we live in an absurd time. Yeah, wasn't that a good one? They found like a bar tab and 3 bottles. It could be Al Capone's missing treasure. I was like, I don't think there was Al Capone's missing treasure. That's why the IRS got him. He wasn't really good at hiding his treasure. I remember that. Oh my God, that was hysterical. Yeah, the second the 24-hour news cycle came into, news just became entertainment because you had money involved and viewers, it was important. When you have to make up stuff to keep people busy, for 24 hours, and I remember that change, it was crazy. Everything was an important event. News alert! News alert! The wind is blowing from the south! Oh my God! Like I said, now just no one cares. Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. That's one of the things. Oh, well, we're going to go do maneuvers on this afternoon. Yeah, there are a couple other things. Like, like the radar reports. They were like, there's no way we didn't see them before the time that they reach, like by the time that the radar stations should have picked them up, and to when they didn't. But if you think about it, there were a lot of people who wanted to enter the war, and the American population was not into to trying to go to war again. And but you bomb Pearl Harbor and kill Americans. Here, we got to go get them. You know, so yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah. Well, I'm a history buff. I'll talk about history. But we're going to bore Henry if we talk about history. He's like, yeah. If there's not a motherboard involved, I'm not interested. Right.
Now you're getting it.
Can you see prompt your way into Pearl Harbor? Then forget it. I guess nowadays you could, huh? This is an elephant, yeah. Can't you tell? You don't see the elephant here? There we go. I know I'm working on something you're not really going to see a whole lot of, but those are the details. Where did I add a font? What's funny is I kind of want to twist his eyes and his head a little. I bet you did. Pervo. I would use twist if I trusted it. Actually, it was Thailand inspired, and then the patterns, these patterns are from, they're sort of Shipipo, which is a Peruvian, an indigenous Peruvian people. And I like the patterns a great deal. There's something I use in my art a lot. Let me see if I can find it. They are bad ass. This whole Google Lead Services thing annoys the living hajibas out of me. What is that about? Because it always says the site is not available.
Google Leads, like when you click one of the ad.
Oh, so I'm just a big ding dong for clicking ads. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it means that you have a good either DNS service or ad blocker installed.
Awesome.
But it makes Google Ads not work.
Good. Yay, team. So you can see there's this pattern that they use in their textiles, and it's awesome. And you can see that they did it in their pottery and stuff. And I just really, I love the patterning and I love their art. I'm a huge, huge fan. Like, they're tattooing themselves and the such. So I started out with this weird little elephant that was more like an Indian elephant, like it had the bubble head. And then it was called the Shipipo font. And then I took the Shipipo font, took his head off, and started to make this. And this was a coat hook that I started. And then tonight we're going to make it a ring. The Shipipo are awesome. And they're just super cool. They're wonderful people. You're right, actually. It's pretty close. I'd have to get rid of the ears. Yeah, I'm a big Mayan fan as well. Indeed. That's exactly what it's from. You are correct. Boop. And that's also why so many of these forms are tied to the Mayans as well, because, I mean, that was one of the first pharmaceuticals, and they now found evidence of it in a cave in Peru that's like 6,000 years old. So it's considered like one of the first pharmaceuticals because neither of the two things work unless you put them together. It's cool. How can I do this? I sort of want to change the direction. Let's do this. Let's raise the brow, bring this out here. What is that? Raise that up. Kick that out some. I don't know. That's just the condition that they were in when we found this. We can't find the model with the boxing gloves, which I'm really sad. Because it is a more complete model than this, but let's make these eyes a little bit more presentable. It's a little bit more facing out. Hey, Yoshitosh, how's it going? Actually, it's so awesome. My friend is leaving for 5 weeks in Peru. He left yesterday. I'm so jealous. So jealous. All right, that's a little bit more presentational with the face. We can at least see his eyes now. Let's give them the shape we want them. We'll bring the cheek bone out a little more. And let's do this. We're going to bring this up higher. Gonna make it look like he's smiling. And smiling Shapipo fonts is important. This is an elephant that I had made coat hooks out of. So it hung on the wall. And it was a little bit more like this. It hung on the wall and it was a coat hook. And then I decided that I want to make a ring out of it tonight. So we are in the process of converting it to a ring. Sit in the middle finger and kind of cross over. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh no, this is definitely a I am ready to destroy every sweater you own kind of thing. Not a sweater or eye kind of part. Mm-hmm. Mhm. Where are you? Let's do this. Okay, we're gonna move this detail up some. Well, I definitely think that art is an incredibly powerful thing. Um, I mean, it really, it is an important, well, it has been an important factor in society. I think that there has been a concerted effort to kind of not do that, because art definitely can make you think differently about, your society and everything of the such. But it's very tricky nowadays because, one, people are not educated in art anymore. So you're missing some very important I think by not taking art in school or not being raised around, I mean, like, you know, people don't go to museums much anymore, and, kids are not taught art in schools. And I think that's a tragedy, because the beauty of being taught art in schools is all these middle management jing-jangs who now decide that art is easy because, well, look at it, it can't be hard. Never failed an art class. And I think failing at things is an important lesson. And you may be a really good accountant, but I bet you can't draw your way out of a paper bag. And in turn, failing is important. And not allowing kids to fail at art or music or has provided sort of like a master class of jerks who, they don't have to care about art because it has nothing to do with their lives. And if, accountants, and if money is the only thing that matters, then art is a very tricky thing to call important by those people. Yeah. I mean, for some of us, there was no choice. I mean, this is the only thing I've ever really done. I mean, I've always been a sculptor since I was a little kid. So I don't really know. Um,
Just a side note there. Can you hear me?
yep.
Side note, it's funny that they don't put value on art, but our economy is based on a piece of artwork.
Right.
And that was brought up in the Senate when they were talking about funding artwork way back in the day. The senator that was fighting for us held up dollar bills and said, "This is artwork.
Yeah.
You value it."
And you value it because of the piece of art. The piece of art's a very powerful symbol. And, sadly, a lot of that intrinsic value is challenged now. I mean, NFTs are a perfect example. The people who started doing NFTs as artwork, in quotes, weren't artists. They were people who realized, hey, we can make money off this. And, just generated images. And the art world's catching up, and I have faith in it. But, it's like right now it's very hard to say that there is an artistic intrinsic value in most of the stuff that's being done in the NFT world. But, it's coming. It's coming. Hey, Life with Steph. How's it going? Oop, those errors are... Oh, I see. I rotated that. Well, that's where we decided that it's probably better to sculpt at least a little bit every once in a while. Yay! Well, I have this elephant sculpture that I did a while ago, and I am now using it to create a ring. We're making the Jpeg font ring. It's an elephant sculpt. Move elastic, move infinite Z, turn this down. And we've been talking about art and NFTs and history and why I think society is collapsing around us. And we need more art. Oh, cripes. Hold on. We need to turn symmetry on. Henry, did you ever read any of Ian M. Banks' books?
No.
He writes some fabulous sci-fi. And once again, actually a very poignant social commentator. Yeah, well, to be fair, you know, it's difficult. You know, I feel really, really, really lucky that I was told when I was young that I could do this by one part of my family. The other side of my family was not super... Damn it. I just did it again. Look at that. Yeah, I've shown that a few times. Give me 1 second and we can give it an attempt.
Yeah, that's a hard video to find.
Do you know where it is?
No.
That should, yeah.
That's how I know it's hard to find.
Well, hold on. Let me get these ears in place real quick, and then we'll try to do it quickly, and hopefully it'll work. The other problem with that technique is that if you don't do it exactly right, in the exact right order, it doesn't work. And I don't do it enough to, to be really competent at showing it. Because normally you do it and you set everything up, and then, you know, you take a few times and you kind of get it sort of working, and it's kind of a pain in the butt for sure. Is that it?
If you do it well enough this time, I will clip it and put it on our YouTube channel.
Okay.
So we have a reference to it forever.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's something that wouldn't hurt me to do. And I mean, to be deadly honest, I'm just kind of playing right now. So it's not like doing something that could be beneficial for a lot of people. I can do that. We'll do a simple version of it, of course, but My thickness is here. Come on. Low res, low res, low res. Okay. That's sort of in the right place now. We've kind of changed the direction of the ears, which is a little weird. They kind of got down in there. Let's see what we can do. Pull this up just a touch. No. I have Infinite C on. I'm like, why is that pulling everything with it? Because it's pulling everything with it. Mm-hmm. That sort of bubbly lobe elephant thing going on there. That down. Okay. Yes, I am in LA now. Well, I'm in Oxnard, so I'm out by the ocean in Ventura, but like it's a 45-minute train ride into town. Well, depending on what train you get, it can be an hour and 40 minutes too, but I mean, that's life of the train, right? Ooh, speaking of, Henry, do not let me forget to get my ticket, because I was holding off until I talked to you. So don't let me not get my ticket when we're done here, because I don't want to miss out on it. If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I just spammed the DMs. Let me put one here too.
And that happened. Too long ago. I'll just resculpt it. Well, and the thing about those projects are, you keep doing them. That's one of the big reasons we did a lifetime membership, is because it's not like how it's set up. It's not really a class, it's a bunch of projects that help you get fluent with the process of doing this stuff, or at least that's how we're trying to do it, and yeah, just time is the whole thing, man. It's just hours and hours and hours. That's all it is. What is going on here? Let's mask this off. And, oh, that's crossing half. That's probably going to get ugly. Let's smart resend this. Duplicate. Quick save. Aren't you proud of me?
So proud.
Smart resend. Like these resends are going quicker now that we boosted the RAM. Right now it's all up front. We really don't have a way of dealing with payments. It's a whole different thing when it comes to like how the payment stuff works. It's really, it's a nightmare. You think it's easy because some people can do it, but they have tens of thousands of hours and money that they can throw at that project, and we're not quite there yet.
Well said.
I mean, I would love to do, it's one of the things we really tried to do at the beginning. It's just there's the economics or the technology just isn't there to make it easy. So sadly, we're kind of stuck with all up front for now. Until like 50,000 of you do it, and then I bet we could afford to get it done. So 50,000 students, and we'll implement that. Maybe. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't like that at all. Hold on. Escape. Ooh. It's not letting me escape. 2CE. Yeah, I mean,
Twice.
Oh. I was like, never mind. Hey.
Yeah, those first two projects, the pitcher plant and flourishes, you should do them a bunch of times. That's really, those two projects are where you're going to learn everything you need to know. The rest of the projects are just how to apply them to different styles of jewelry.
That's very true.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you understand the pitcher plant, then you understand, well, almost everything I do.
Yeah, it really is almost everything. Those first two projects really are the core of everything we do.
I remember I got yelled at earlier this year by someone who was watching, and she was like, Tomas, all you ever do is say sculpting layers. And what was sculpting layers? And what's the other thing? I can't even remember what she was miffed at me about.
Don't draw.
Don't draw, sculpt, and sculpt in layers. And she was like, you never say anything to anyone else. Why are you even bother streaming? And I'm like, well, if you did it, I wouldn't have any problems with it. It was like, yeah, I get it. I mean, sure. So funny. Sometimes I wish I mean, if you ask Henry, there's probably evidence that I am artificially intelligent, but I think that's a different issue altogether.
If you're intelligent in any way, it's artificial. Ooh. Ba-dum.
Oh, ow.
Yeah. It's okay.
It was just, you know. You just
I'm smart enough to know that if he truly believes that,
I wouldn't be here. Yeah.
Good morning, Boris. How are you? Oh, it's like XNXC dot China. If you look up, it takes a little bit of, hold on here. We might actually be able to do this quick if I remember my search values. Chinese milling alphas. Depth map. See, this is where I'm always blowing it. Let's just do alphas for Chinese wood mill Decoration alpha. You just need one of them. Chinese alphas woodworking. Chinese. All right. I love someone on ArtStation went in and just grabbed all those. Look at that. 500 Chinese patterns and alphas. Someone did exactly what they're doing. Went there and yanked them. Okay, visually similar images. Now this is all Pinterest. Here's 3-axis. And so this, let's go 3-axis. You have to, So if you look under BMP, you can find them here. It's like XNCX or let's go to Pinterest. And one of these guys have got to have the right. ImageSo.com. Yeah, it's sites like these. So you can see that they have them here. These are so image.so.com, but that's not the one that that's from ImageSo. Instead of milling, CNC should be the search thing. Yeah, Jpeg. This is one of the big ones here. Wow, it shouldn't take that long. So Chinese BMP CNC. There we go. So Chinese BMP CNC. CNC file. Like AliExpress has them. Because there's a lot of this stuff going on in China where they're CNCing the stuff into wood. So they have this whole marketplaces for these are all for milling, but they work for us. Oh yeah, of course. I just right now I'm just using the ring rail and then 3 cylinders. And you can see here that's hitting. So yeah, I'm constantly using a base reference for sure. Yeah, it just gets into that. If you do the, it might even just be BMP CNC. Yeah, and this gives you a bunch of options. Right. Because, I mean, how interesting it doesn't let you save the. Here, watch this. You can't stop me. Oh no, that's weird. Let's try that again. Oh. It's interesting that it goes blue there. Okay, fine. We won't scroll it. And let's go right here. Control S, save as a JPEG. Boop. And then all you have to do standard. Drag alpha import document. Snag it. Mm-hmm. Hmm. So why that's round is because of the fall off or the focal shift. If you set your focal shift to 0, you don't get that half round thing. And you can see the difference between a BMP and an ALF in a black and white photo. Right. Put back face masking on, that's kind of important. Oh. Why are you not on? Dragon ears. Roar. Well, these are grainy because these aren't the full-size images, right? These are just sample images. But, I mean, I would tend to, if you were going to use them as references, I would tend to resculpt them and just use this as your guideline. Because unless you buy the alphas, they're going to be grainy. No, it's not. I mean, I don't think that's slow. Do you? I mean, this is a 36 million poly model. Now, hold on. Let's go to rings real quick. Boop. Thank you. We are going to append. Delete that. So you have your ring. I'm going to divide it. Have they started charging more? I thought they just said they were going to do upgrades. Did they up the price?
I don't think so.
I don't think they actually upped the price. I just think they've said that they're going to start charging for upgrades, which is something we've been honestly wondering when they were going to do for a decade at least, because you're just like, I don't know how. I mean, they're throwing, it was Ulfer just really wanted to be there for the community, but let's face it, it's millions of dollars a year that they're not getting by charging even a minimal upgrade. So I don't know. I pay upgrades on every other program I have. I'm not too stressed about paying for upgrades for ZBrush. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a company. They've got to stay in business, I definitely don't. I've got, I have received free upgrades for 16 years. I think I'm okay with paying for upgrades now. And that. Now let's just do a little squiggly thing here. Yeah, I mean, I pay, what is it, 52, 54 bucks a month for Creative Cloud. I think Rhino is what, at least an $800 or $900 upgrade. Matrix used to be like a $1,500 upgrade, and that was years and years ago. Like Keyshots upgrade was what, like 350, 250, something like that. I mean, I'm sad to see it go. And not just the money, it just created a certain ethos within the community. But that can be retained, I'm not going to begrudge someone. Like I said, as long as they're putting that money into the development and, the betterment of the program, hallelujah. It'll give them a lot more money to work with. So that'll be the big test. Well, Maxon is who has made the decision to, you know, charge for upgrades, but because, you know, that's millions of dollars a year that they want, obviously. Which, like I said, as long as they're putting into the development of the program, then who cares? I mean, the upgrades can't be that expensive only because the program's not that expensive. You know, I mean, you're not going to get $600 upgrades on an $800 program. Well, I say that. But I have no idea. I mean, I'm definitely not speaking with authority on them. I mean, it just makes sense, you know. Well, I mean, I have no idea whether it was necessary to sell. I think that they probably got offered a deal that they couldn't refuse, and, you know, it allows them to actually make some money, and yeah, whatever. As long as they don't screw my program up, I don't care. No, Maxon is bringing employees in, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, I'm not an employee of Pixelogic, so I don't know. I know as much as you do. You know, I'm just guessing. But I do believe that I heard that Maxon is bringing people in. But yet again, I don't know what that means, you know. Well, I mean, I'm not going to. I mean, the one thing is, and I'm going to say this to everyone, and that is expectations are something that will doom you. I have absolutely no expectations from this. I'm going to see what it does, and I mean, I'm not going to stop using ZBrush. I've based my career on the use of this program, and you know, there it is. I mean, if they get absolutely, completely, and utterly ridiculous, I might never upgrade again. But you know, it doesn't make any business sense for them to try to do anything that's going to damage the software, because the software is very integral to way too many workflows in the industry for them to want to do anything dramatic to change its position. I mean, I'm assuming they purchased ZBrush because it holds a very, very, very powerful place in the industry. So, you know, you're not going to buy something and then tank it. I mean, if you had something that was similar, let's say they now go and buy Mudbox. And so, you know, if you buy Mudbox, you take 3 things out of it and then tank it. Okay, I can see that. You know, companies do that. But, you know, they don't have anything that's competing with ZBrush. So I think it's just something that fills out their sort of software portfolio. And I mean, like, you know, the Foundry purchased Modo, right? Because someone at ILM told them, we use you two together in every process. So, you know, why don't you just buy Modo? And they worked out a merger from that one conversation. So, you know, I would assume that a modern company is trying to make a better investment for themselves. So, no, Autodesk is not the right fit. All right, so we have a ring. So the one thing what's that?
I remember Ted Nugent bought Muzak because he hated Muzak.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, of course. I mean, people.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that people do. They buy companies to destroy them, of course. But I mean, you know, let's face it, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless you're hateful about it. And I don't think anyone can hate ZBrush. I mean,
oh, there's something wrong with their soul if they do.
I seriously doubt that ZBrush will ever go on an iPad. It's just not how ZBrush thinks, doesn't translate that well like that from what I understand. So I would be very shocked if it did. Let's just put it that way. All right, so we have our one ring, and now I'm not going to measure anything right now. I'm just going to see if we can work this out. Oh, you're talking about maybe recording this, so I guess I should measure, shouldn't I? Okay, so let's bring this mandrel in then. Append. And this is what? A size 11? I think so. And now we're going to come in and we are going to, let's just go down to a size 8. How's that? So we're going to open this up, go to here, come in here, append the size 8. And I am just going to shrink this. Because for this ring, just doing a general scaling doesn't harm the ring, right? The finger's getting smaller. If it gets a little smaller, that's fine. So now we have our new size band, right? This is a size 8. So now we come in here, we go back to our original, we turn this off because you have to do this to the original. We come in here, we come down here to our layers. I push record. We then come here and we shrink this to our layer. Turn X off. It's been so long since I've done this. I'm like, okay. So now, I have to go back to the original size beforehand. No, that's on and off. So now we turn our record layer off. So that's the eye on, that's the eye off. Okay. So now we show our timeline. Where's timeline? Render? No. Movie. Timeline. Wait, movie, show timeline. Okay. Oh, timeline's here. No, it's not. Where's my damn timeline? Show. Okay. So this is our first stage. No. This is our first stage. We come up here and we tap our timeline. And now, so this is 11. So that means we go 11, 9.5. You did just hear that, didn't you, Henry?
Well, I heard it.
11, 10.5, 10, 9.5, 9, 8.5, 8. So that's 7. So I'm going to go, we're at 11. We're going to go, I guess I should have done this the other direction, but I think we have to do it in this order. So that's 11, 10 and a half, 10, 9 and a half, 9, 8 and a half, 8. So now we touch this and we tap this. Okay. So now, does sliding this change the size of a ring? Yep, there we go. So there are 2 spots. So what you do, this is now 8. And you come over here and you duplicate it. And now there's something you have to tap so it changes sizes. If I remember correctly. Okay, well, hold on. Let's pull these down here. So that's that. We're here. We drag this to here. It changes sizes. We duplicate it. Now are these different sizes? See, that's, you have to do something to get it to retain the size. Okay, that's where we start. Let's delete. Okay, that goes up. No, that one didn't go up. No, because I haven't moved it yet. I'm like, why are they the same size? Because it's the same size. So 8 and a half, 9. And let's just make sure they're traveling. They are. Boom, boom, boom. Duplicate. Move. Duplicate. Move. Duplicate. Move. Duplicate. Move. If I'm not mistaken, that should travel, right? 11. Oh, hold on, we got to turn these off. 11. So what did I do? Okay, so now it's moving again. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. See, now those are all the size of the last one. Delete. 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 Duplicate. Eight, 8 and a half, 9. So this will be 9 and a half. Duplicate. And did that change? That did. That did. That did. That did. I think you might have to tap off of it for it to register. So we're here. Duplicate. Slide over. Go back. Okay, so you can also just do it as such. Let's delete. Okay, delete. Let's get these out of here so I don't have to look at them. Delete. Okay. Delete. Okay. Delete. Okay. Delete. Okay. So now we're back to our original. So you can go, how many times are you duplicating it, right? So this is, this is 8, size 8. So we're just going to go 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10, 10.5, 11. Come back in now. And so this is, we lost our base. So now we get that to go 8.5. Right? Nope. See how that went all the way up? Because we lost that second dot. I accidentally tapped on there. One more time. That's what I'm saying. It's like, if you don't do it right, it definitely, because I accidentally tapped the bar up there, and so we lost our history state, or our size state. Okay. Let's turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Okay. So we come down here. We have our first scale. Append this. Append this. Let's start it with the smallest size instead of the bigger size, right? Boom. Okay. Boom. We have a ring and 2 mandrels. We're going to bring this down here because this is our first size. Come down here. Okay. We have our first size. So the first thing we need to do is put on our bigger size. We're going to duplicate this and take it to the larger size. So duplicate. And we have to stretch this out so it makes the same size. All right. Now, what we're going to do is I'll squish it this time because I want there to be a transition difference so you can see. Okay, so these are our 2 scales. We come in here. We go back to this guy because this is only used as a reference. That is not an actual part. No, update. Don't be silly. Update. It's a much better program. It uses its memory differently. It's not just the features. Update. It's important to update. Update. Okay. I'm going to hide this guy. So we now have our base model, and we're going to have to take it to the bigger size. Okay. So I'm going to turn this on as reference. What happened here? What did I do? Oh my God. Okay, delete. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So you have your reference image. We come down here. We have a reference image. We're going to turn on transparency. We know that's the size of our ring. come in here. We go new layer. Record is on. I'm now, instead of scaling this up, I want it to say the same width in all the sizes. So we're just going to do it up like this until that goes in. I'm going to stretch this out like this until that goes in. Now you can see we've puffed out a little, and that's okay. But what I really want to do here is I'm going to take move, and in the bigger size, I want this detail to kind of, as you can see, you can't see the detail there because I did something silly, but we're going to take move elastic, and we're going to bring this up a little more. So we're coming in and we're doing all the changes we want to. We're making sure it's the same size. I don't have symmetry turned on. Turn symmetry on. I'm going to take this, slide this up and around, just so we have a change of position. And now we're going to come in here, and I'm just going to drag this until it's actually the size we want it, right? Because we know that that's the size. So, okay. Ta-da, we're so happy we're the right size. So now we've done our changes. I'm going to turn this guy off so we don't look at it. And this is the new ring, resized, okay? We come in and we turn record off. And so now we have an eyeball on. That's first stage. With the eyeball off, eyeball on is second stage, right? So this is the difference between the two parts. So we're going to come here, and this is the first one, right? Oh, we're going to tap our timeline right here, and we're going to put a keyframe there. Now we're going to go turn this on, and we're going to go 11, 10, 9, 8, and we're going to tap our second key here. So now, as we slide this back and forth, it changes scales. Now, because rings are divisional, right, we know that each one of these ticks is now a half scale, or a half step in the scale. This is the bigger one. This is the smaller one. So now I know that, so that's an 11. That's a 10.5, a 10, a 9.5, a 9, an 8.5, and an 8. All right, we're at the smallest size, and we can go in any order. We'll just start at the top here. And this one is the correct size. I'm going to come here, and we are going to slide this up a half size. We're going to come here. All these are on. Okay. Let's make that a little more open. So our original size, our next size. Here's our original size. Yeah, scale. Nope. I'm forgetting how to get it to. You might have to save them every time you do a step. But I don't remember that. Why? Oh, look, somehow I touched the timeline again. Come here. this on. Turn this off. That goes to 0. This comes here and goes there. See, if you tap it, you have to redo it. I can't figure out what I'm missing. It's been a long time since I've done this. And somehow I keep tapping this. We're not getting our transition anymore. I guess I undid it past the point where these were here. Ah! All right, I'll make a video of this before next week. I'll figure out what I'm doing. Nah, we don't. That's how you do it. There's just a way that, like, you have to tap it and turn it. See, now it's changing scale again. Ugh, it's so frustrating. See, okay, now it's working again. So we have this one. We have this one. We go to this one, and we are taking it up to here. We go down. We go down. We go up. We go up. We go to here. And we take it another half size. Down. 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 Up. 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 We go here. We take it to the next half size. Down, up. We come here. We take it to the next half size. We go here. And we take it to the next half size. See, that time it worked fine. Okay. So that's the 11, 10 and a half, 10, 9 and a half, 9, 8 and a half, 8. And then you just save these out as, you just rename them the size. And then there are your sizes. Oh my God. I think I'm going to buy another Cintiq tomorrow.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes.
Have you ever got a chance to play with one of those 3D Systems haptic devices?
Well, I don't know if it was a 3D Systems. You mean the little ball, the cream color ball with the thingamabob?
With the arm hanging out? It's
Is that
force
3D
feedback.
Systems? Isn't that
Yeah, here's the link. I'll send it to you again.
systemic or... Oh, did 3D Systems purchase it?
I don't know. Those are the ones I saw.
Let me-
I always see them in like
Yeah.
other studios.
I didn't realize it was 3D Systems. That's funny. I think
you
they
can request
bought... I don't think it used to be 3D Systems. I think it was called something else. So I guess 3D Systems purchased these. Like, I've had the opportunity to play with them. A friend of ours named Harry uses them a lot, and he does beautiful work with them. But I'm an actual sculptor, and I had real sculpting tools, and this does not feel any way, shape, or form like a real sculpting tool. And it drove me nuts. Like, I found it more annoying than anything in the world, because one, the resistance, and now this has been, well, probably 15 years. No, probably, yeah, probably about 15 years. So, I mean, it's been a long time. They could have improved greatly. But when I have this in my hand and I'm touching the surface of my Cintiq, it's not, see how overly exaggerated the gestures are in some ways? And you're kind of just out here floating around. There's some resistance, but it's not as much as obviously the Cintiq, right?
Right.
So I found I found it really clunky and unnatural. But Henry, is it Henry? Harry. It's Harry. But Harry wasn't a sculptor, so he learned on that.
On the
And
device,
so,
yeah.
like, if you didn't have anything to compare it to, I think it could be awesome, probably. I like being able to rest my palm on the screen. The amount of muscle it takes to stay out here, as opposed to just pushing my hand on the screen, and there not being the need to do this all the time. If you look at how much you have to move your arm and how it's out here, and now, you know, when I was sculpting, obviously you moved your arm all over the place, but there was real resistance. And that is, I mean, it is real resistance because, you know, there's resistance, but it's not the same thing. I got to sit with one of these, and this is, I mean, it's super cool, and it has a lot more resistance than the other one, which is nice. But you could like poke through, like if you weren't careful, you could poke through the model. Like, if you put too much resistance on it, it would go through the model. And just the stroke that I developed as a physical sculptor didn't translate well. But like I said, it's been 16 years. I mean, so who knows? It might be totally sexy now. But I think this Phantom Premiere 16 years ago was like $20,000. So that's not a realistic option. I think when I got my mill, I got one of these with it. And I think this like $3,000 at the time, if I remember right. And it was a piece of garbage for $3,000. But it was a really good parlor show. You know, I mean, you'd set people down and they'd futz with it and they got all excited. But, yeah, no, I don't know that it's the cost compared to the fake reality, where me pressing on this screen is still me being a tool user, if that makes any sense. And it just becomes a much more subtle situation where it's just the pressure of my hand that's doing all of this, you know? And I honestly think I would be annoyed or frustrated if I had to, because it's not like a sculpting tool. Because first of all, no one holds a sculpting tool like a pen. You hold a sculpting tool like this, not like this. So your process of sculpting with a sculpting tool, I'm like this, and I'm using my forefinger and my thumb to dictate my angles and my pressure, right? There's a lot of this action, right? You're pinching your tool between your fingers, and then you're guiding it with this finger. So you're getting your strokes in, and then you finish out and roll with these fingers. That's a stationary pen. And this is one of the things that drove me nuts, is that it's a stationary pen and it's this way. This isn't a natural way to hold a hand tool. Hold a hand tool like this. And doing this and moving with your arm compared to doing this and moving with your wrist, it's a completely different stroke. It's not the same gesture. And I found it really unnatural. Where I know that I'm holding my stylus in that same position, but my hand is resting on the screen. And so I'm just doing this, right? I'm not doing this because, you know, no one does this. I mean, okay, you know, someone may be doing dry erase stuff and, you know, okay, so maybe, you know, I mean, once again, but there is no sculptor in the world that sculpts like this with this clay tube, in a physical world. At least, I don't know. Of course, there's somebody who does. They're like, well, there was Michael Flanner in 1928 who used it. It's okay, fine, great. There is someone, but no. Yeah, I completely agree. Well, I would argue that a Cintiq has, but once again, it's been a long time since I've played with the other screens. They may have made, dramatic increases, but I mean, Wacom developed the technology of this screen stuff. They still have the patents on them, and all the others are designing around how to do it right, if that makes any sense. So I found that there were a lot of software issues, and just the sensitivity, like just how smooth a stroke I can get off a Cintiq than one of the other ones. There was a Huon or whatever it is. And I mean, it's fine, but I like really subtle surface detail, and I do a lot of really high res, really subtle surface stuff. And I found that I was getting like residual lag in some ways. It also felt like my stylus wasn't touching the screen, if that makes sense. There was like a physical distance between the tool and the surface when I was using, I think
that's the most important part for me. Now, when I had my Huion, it had just as much pressure sensitivity as the Cintiq I have now. So I never experienced any of those kind of issues, but the biggest problem is parallax. That feeling that you're not actually touching the object.
Yeah, that drove me nuts.
The thickness of the glass on a Wacom is
thousandths
of a millimeter.
Wacom.
I thought it was Wacom.
Nope, Wall.
That's how I was taught to pronounce it.
Nope,
Wacom.
Wall. It's a Japanese word.
Anyway, the glass is so thin, it basically feels non-existent. When you touch your stylus to the screen, your cursor is directly underneath of it. But the thickness of the Huion made the cursor actually show up like a 0.5 millimeter off in a different direction depending on how you tilted the pen. It was never quite where you put it, and I found that incredibly irritating. And that's called parallax.
Yeah, well, it means, so Wacom, so what's Wall mean? It's like harmony or beauty or something like that, and then it was company, right? So that's sort of the Wacom. Wall. Boop, boop. So I got it to work, but I don't know how. Because see, we now have our sizes. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know why it was not working.
Yeah, the demonstration was, incredibly clear, flowed perfectly. You did it in one take. I'll send that straight to print.
Do I need to do it one more time and pray it works this time?
I'm gonna re-record it. I'll make a video about it.
It's so frustrating. That's what I mean. It works great. It's actually fantastically awesome, because what I love about it is that, you really can't have the same details on a size 6 ring as you can on a size 13 ring. But if you sculpt a size 6 one and you sculpt a size 13 one, it will, in between the designs, and so they slowly morph into the other rings. So technically, each size is a completely different ring, which is awesome as far as I'm concerned. But I bought it for that one. Get over it. I'm really up on customer service, aren't I?
We don't let you talk to customers.
It's like, shut up, it's my art. You get what you get. But that's not the appropriate attitude to have. Oh, darn. Darn, darn, darn. Silly old me. I really need to sit down and learn all the things that this program can do. They just did incremental locking. So these ticks, you can actually lock to the ticks. I just use it to make circles. I'm the most. I know they hate me. They're like, Tomas, can't you at least show how cool it is? I'm like, it is cool. Look, it doesn't get any better than that. It's actually really, really, really cool for those people who can script. Like, you can script all kinds of silly stuff where it's neat. Lazy Nazumi is awesome. When are you going to take up Lazy Nazumi scripting? You're like, never.
My guess is never.
That's my guess, too. At least that would be my guess. Well, it's sort of welcome. No R, though. It's wall. 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 Not wah. Welcome. Wrong brush. You think someone actually watches these from Pixelogic?
I think so.
Oh no. They're gonna be like, Jesus, who is this guy? Why is he demoing? He's so bad at it.
Yeah, typically we know not to have you demo things you're not used to on stream.
Yeah. And what's sad about that is that I still find I work through that. I mean, you guys have no idea how long it took me to figure that out. I was like, I'm going to figure this out. And Paul was like, well, it's not really designed to do that. And I'm like, I know, but I'm going to make it work. Yeah, it took me a while. But I was really proud of myself when I figured it out. And then I can never remember how to do it because I don't use it enough. It's every time I try to do it, I go through this process at least 15 times until I'm like, oh, okay. Or it just works. It's, who knows?
I think someone from Pixelogic watches you do the streams.
That's what I was asking earlier. I hope not.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, because
embarrassing.
then they're like, no, because then they're like, we didn't think you could use it like that, or we didn't think it should be used like that. Oh, wow, that gives us a new idea.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, we go through that in beta. They're always like, really, dude, that's not how that was designed. Like, that's not what that's supposed to be used for. They're like, oh, come on, it's great.
They just always send you a box. Here you go. Think outside this. And
Yeah, I don't think I can even spell box. What is this box you speak of? Yeah, I went through all of the mobile ones too. I had a companion, and then I had the Mobile Studio Pro. I've been through a lot of iterations of the portable ones. But to be fair, I worked on a companion for almost 6 months when I was in Europe the first time. And then I came back and they gave me one of the Mobile Studio Pros. And the first one I had was a little sketchy. It was doing some weird things. And then the second one I had was great. And I used that when I traveled. So for 6 months of the year, I was using a Mobile Studio Pro while I was in Spain. Well, London and then Spain. But, yeah. They were, there were some issues for sure with those. But it let me work overseas, so can't really complain too much.
Yeah, I think I have one of the first companions, and the real estate on it is so small.
I
Especially
remember,
for this.
oh man, I remember I had a companion, and there was one of the guys who worked for Matrix. He used to have sort of his own seminar, and CAD Cam Trav. Actually, he still has a really lovely site that's about CAD. It's a bulletin board sort of thing, but it's really one of the real old school bench jewelers who converted to CAD. It was like really that first batch of them, and it's awesome because I would never have been a jeweler if it wasn't for that group of people. It was awesome. But he had the seminar, and I came and tried to do, because the connectivity on that is really sketchy too. Just trying to get it to connect to a external monitor and stuff. And I spent like an afternoon trying to get it to connect to an external monitor, and we had to go buy some other thing, and it was a issue. And trying to get it to where I could get the menus to scroll. Oh my God, it was hysterical. Everyone was like, "That's really cool, but what are you doing?" I'm like, "No, really, it works on a real screen." They're like, sure.
Oh yeah, that's my little companion. I took up to the tattoo shop, and I had to take my Wacom, my Cintiq up there, and that's what I have to use. I plug it into that, do some voodoo magic, sacrifice a chicken, and then work on the bigger screen.
Yeah. I mean, you can definitely see the appeal of an iPad and Procreate, Almost all the tattoo artists I know use Procreate.
Yeah, it's maddening. I had to buy one, and I'm like, it's painful. But you and Henry both work on 22?
These are the Pro 24s.
Pro
Yeah,
24.
Pro 24.
Okay.
Without touch. Don't pay the extra for the touch.
No,
Yeah,
touch is
without the touch.
worthless.
Yeah. That just infuriates you.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, my little companion, that was one of the first one that had it, and you just turn it off. You're like,
And then it would turn itself back on, and
Yeah.
like you're there and you can't figure out why everything's like squirrely and not working, and then you're like, "Oh, it's touch."
right. Yeah, it has a mind of its own.
Yeah, I'm going to get another 24 tomorrow. And then for the other studio, I have to wait for Wacom to give me a 32. Because the 32 is $1,200 more than the 24 without touch.
Yeah.
And
it's pretty.
no matter what I like, I just can't justify $1,200 more dollars for. I mean, the extra real estate's awesome, but that's a lot of money for something not necessarily needed, you know.
Yeah. Well, the difference between like mine's an old 20,
Too.
24, 27, and like you guys have way more real estate on your screen than I do.
That's because
4K,
it's much higher
baby.
resolution, yeah.
Right? Yeah, 4K. I mean, yeah. Like to see your screen compared to mine is just like infuriating. I have screen envy of you guys, man.
Screen envy.
That's
Screen
the
envy.
that's the biggest. Besides the parallax, having a 4K screen, you get so much more canvas for your money.
Yeah, just try to use my UI on something that's not 4K.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It gets cut off everywhere. I'm like, wait a minute, where's that button at? It's supposed to be right there.
But
Yeah.
did you see how I resolved it? Aren't you proud of
I
me?
haven't I haven't got it. I haven't got your new one, so I'm still.
Look at this. Wait, are you ready? Watch.
Yeah.
Boop, boop, boop. All these things down here are now in drop-down menus.
Oh, nice.
So you just have to push 1, 2, or 3, or I think it's F1, F2, and F3. It might be 1, 2,
Ah,
and 3. I don't remember what I have them programmed to.
it makes it better for us, our resolutionally challenged people.
Exactly, because I kept getting yelled at because I'm not very considerate when it comes to that.
Oh,
Until he gets a 32, he'll never think about the rest of us.
right, yeah.
What? You can't fit 700 buttons in this?
What's wrong? Well, I was laughing at the 2016 summit when I presented. Who does Final Fantasy? Something Soft.
Squaresoft.
Thank you. They were there, and they were showing their interface, and I mean their interface probably had it's like another inch on the bottom, and then they had their sides all planned. I mean, it had more menus than God, and they actually had really cool lines dividing. I don't even know how they did all that. It was super cool, but they had billions on it. And you're like, yeah, they definitely have big Cintiqs because even I was like, oh my God, how do you get all that on the screen? It was like crazy talk.
Tomas, do you want me to move us to a public channel? Riz wants to jump in chat.
Yeah, of course. I thought we were
Nope.
on a public channel. Yeah, that's fine.
Ta-da!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually had the money saved up for a 32. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to get this. And then my car died. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to get this.
Yeah, it happens.
It was heartbreaking.
Yeah, we're contemplating a new laser engraver, and one of the things that we're talking about was that I'll get a 32-inch for the studio downtown in the jewelry district. And then we found a used laser, the one that I actually want. It's kind of old. It's probably 4 to 5 years old. And they actually purchased them from the San Francisco Mint. But so instead of $5,500 or $550,000, they're on sale. These two used ones are on sale for $50,000 a piece. And we're like, oh my God, if they're actually up and functioning, we need to buy one of those. So I figured, fine, I'll save $1,000 so we can dump 50,000 into a laser engraver.
Oh, nice.
Because to be able to make our own metal molds, to coin detail, Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
because at this point we're paying anywhere between I think it's like $5,000 to $8,000 a mold. It doesn't take too long for that to become very um, that its return on investment is substantial. Let's
Right.
go there.
Right. Like 6 molds, and you've paid for it at 50 grand.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah. Roughly.
So, needless to say, that is something that we are trying to wrap our heads around for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I had literally bought it, had it purchased, and I was like, yeah. And then I drove to work, and my transmission went out. And the first thing I did was jump back on the phone with Wacom and cancel my order.
You're like, wait, sorry.
It's like, yeah,
I'm sorry. The real world said nope.
yeah, yeah. It's like, ah.
Mm,
Yeah, but after a long introspective thought, I was like, I didn't really need it.
Well, there's, need is always the issue. What is need? I need it only because there's no way I could work. I just can't sculpt with a mouse. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. And
Right.
because of my dyslexia, I can't really function um, with the disconnect of a tablet over here and that going, my brain, it just doesn't.
Yeah,
Um,
it's very
it's a
hard.
FOBA. It's a FOBA G10. They were made for Mint. Let's see. And one other thing that's super cool about them is 9 years. Hold on. Maybe it's 9 years old.
This is Lumen.
Okay, hold on. We want that. We want to turn that off. So it's actually laser cutting die stamps like this. And then, like, you lay this down. The other absolutely awesome thing about it is that it has a gimbaled head. So you don't have to create jigs for things. It will look at it like you didn't pre-program that. It pre-scanned it in, and then it's laser marking on it, so that's frosted. But it cut the die stamp for that coin, so you can see that it has, coin level details. It's pretty darn cool. So it does all kinds of texturing and marking as well as cutting the molds. Hold on, let's go back here.
That thing is beautiful.
No, it's ridiculous. But for $500,000, it better be. I mean, it's a big machine. It weighs like a ton. In that whole machine, it only does 120 by 120. it's not a big engraving space, But I mean, we're not doing anything large, so.
Is it like the size of a small CNC machine?
Well, I mean, that's a computer right there, right?
Yeah.
But I guess they're about. I wonder what. Let's see this.
Yeah, it basically is like a small CNC machine.
It doesn't say. I will have to call the Mint and find out. Nope, they don't tell us. Boop. Well, this is the one they used to use. Oh, did Juan show up? Hi, Juan. It's so quiet in here. This ring? Oh no, I just I saw that I was using the model for a graphic and I was like, hey, you know, I want to make a ring out of this. And the other option I had was to continue with the AirTag case that I was working on last week, but I thought that this would be kind of fun, so. And I mean, come on. I have to have a big weird elephant ring. Well, to be fair, Haas makes red ones. Trying to think of the ones that are the red workstations. It's like the 8-axis milling machine, big workstation that are like fire engine red. I don't think it's Haas. Haas is usually white with red as opposed to red.
I think it starts with the M. I can't remember right off the top of my head.
Makita. No, just kidding.
No, is it Fanuc? Fanuc?
Can't remember, but they make a really sexy machine.
Yeah, they're pretty.
I'd really love one of the 8-axis milling stations. They're so sex.
I worked in one of the machine shops I worked at. We did that. We did aircraft parts on that one machine. It was Inconel,
Mm-hmm.
and one part took like 2 days. But the part would it would part out the one side, and then the reverse arm would come and latch on, and then it would go back, and then it would reverse, do all the other side,
Sure.
all in the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sexy, like you said.
It was funny when I was living in San Francisco. Me and my friend were. I went up for Nightmare Before Christmas, and then supposedly they were going to start James and the Giant Peach very soon thereafter. So I was like, well, you know what? I really like it up here. I can blow off a month or two just futzing around, and then, get hired on James and Giant Peach. Well, it took them like 5 years to actually do James and Giant Peach, so needless to say, I didn't last that long. But my friend and I were hustling chess for rent because we were living in these like art, like fairly historic art buildings. It was called like Ford Street Studios, so it was right there and on the water by Oakland. Was it Alameda? The piers at Alameda. And so rent was almost nothing. And so we were hustling chess right in front of Britex with the Filipino kids. It was hysterical. It was us and like 10 Filipino kids. And we would just play, hustle chess. And that's how we were paying rent for a while. And, oh my God, yeah. I then got my friend, I was like, where's the story going? I forgot. Our friend had a machine shop, and he made custom titanium arms for really, really expensive record players or really expensive turntables. And then he did triggers for a specific like shoulder mount rocket system, and we just did like 4 pieces of the trigger system. And so I worked in a machine shop for a while. And oh man, all the CNC stuff. I wish we did everything on a Bridgeport and
Oh God.
trying to feel the chatter so you're not milling at the wrong speeds, and it was fun.
Oh yeah, hand dialing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's very zen.
it
Very
is.
zen.
You gotta
Yeah.
you gotta get that touch. You gotta feel what's happening.
Oh yeah.
No, it was kind of cool. And so ever since then, I've had this weird passion for machining. Because when you have to do it by hand, now just watching something change its own tool heads and like, I'm like, oh, I want one of those. Because
Oh,
really, with with one of those, what do they call them? Machine tools? Is that what they call them? Whatever. So
what are you talking about? The piece or the?
just the category. It's like
Oh.
the machines that make machines. It's like,
Oh.
I can't think of what the category's called. Doesn't matter. But now every time I see, one of those things going, I'm just like, you literally can make anything with a machine shop. That's the whole point.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, my favorite job, we did like it wasn't a job shop. Yeah, it was a job shop. And we would do one day we were doing satellite parts,
Hey, Nee.
and the next day we were doing like tank parts and then aircraft parts.
Yeah,
It was yeah, it's so cool.
it's fun. Yeah, that's one of these days I want to have just a really nice machine tool, something that's pretty idiot proof.
Yeah.
And, a good wood turning area, and just get it to where whatever we need to make, we can make, Because what I loved
Henry's
is,
shooting for that. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, no, the thing that I loved about it all is like, you're like, hey, I need one of these. And you'd make it. It's like, hey, that really works.
Right? I think that's Henry's goal.
Yeah, good.
Always has been.
Right?
I want a shop. I have a shop, but I want a better shop.
Yeah, I want a shop that we actually can build a tank in.
Mm-hmm.
because when the zompocalypse comes, you know, we got to be prepared. I read this great thesis about when zombie movie. So I guess my roommate was watching another Korean zombie. I guess it's a series. It's not just a movie. But like a high school kids in zombies, you know, Korean TV series thing. And I remember reading an article about the thesis that vampire movies and books are very popular when the economy is good and people can enjoy that sort of, you know, that sort of narcissistic, solo, elegant bad guy. But when the economy's crap and people feel out of control is when zombie films are more popular. And it was actually a well thought out and well written thesis. I mean, you're like, oh, I can see that actually. But now with all the zombie film, Korea is making a ton of pretty cool, kind of fun zombie films. I love that we're getting a bunch of Korean TV now because I love Korean cinema. There's some just awesome directors. I'm a big fan of Japanese cinema. When I was in college, I took like 3 years of Japanese cinema. They make some cool films. I think my favorite genre is, there was like this not spiritual, how would you say, like, well, I guess spiritual or ghosty, you know, supernatural. That's the word I'm looking for. All of these supernatural film noirs, and they're great. It's like, you know, your gumshoe, sleuthy detective dealing with like the ghost of people, and it was also like a lot of because in Japan, like mushrooms were legal until the late 90s, so that psychotropic thing was part of society. It wasn't something that was looked down on. So they were super trippy, weirdo detective ghost stories. Oh my god, they were absolutely hysterical. I loved them. I don't want to do it with a higher resolution. Fine. Let's quick save. Sometimes flipping things. Oh yeah, yeah. So Rizu-san, I thought you were joining us in chat. What happened there? Well, now, I think, isn't it Oregon and there are a few states now that have decriminalized mushrooms. Now that's interesting. Did you just see that? I flipped that model. And look, I can't lower the res. Fascinating. I don't know that I've ever known that. Will it let me use them after that? No.
I bet when you flip them back, you'll be able to recreate subdivisions.
I probably can, but I wanted to lower it. And then, see, I have a big deep spot in here. I wanted to just smooth it down. Well, let's undo that. Flipping it kills your...
Maybe
kills
if you
you.
flip it, you can recreate subdivisions at that point because the geometry hasn't changed.
Yeah. Well, I can just do this too. You know, to deal with that, it just doesn't like the flipping. Isn't that interesting? I learn something new every day. And let's put double on so I can see this.
Hello.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hey, Riz.
Hello. How are you?
Hey, hey.
Hey, Riz.
Bonjour.
How are you this lovely day?
Not too bad. I've got a bit of a backache, but other than that,
I'll tell you what. I definitely, so since the beginning of the year, I've been walking a lot because my new home, we live like 5 minutes away from the beach, and it's stunningly beautiful, and it's been like high 60s. So I live in paradise. It's really lovely. And it's really funny. So I've been walking every day. And I started out with 2 miles, and like today I walked like 7.5 miles. And you know, it's just gorgeous. And but I will say that my body definitely knows, because like I've literally sat in a chair for the last 16 years. I haven't exercised or done anything, or I mean, my physical performance has been greatly underwhelming. Let's just put it that way. But I've been really, really eating well, and I've been, you know, doing this walking. Man, I'll tell you what, today, after doing 7 miles, I really felt like I was beat up. I'm like, all I'm doing is walking. It's like, everyone's like, oh, you know, when are you going to start doing calisthenics and this and that? I'm like, I don't think you understand. I destroyed my knees and ankles. It's just like, but yeah, I feel you. I feel a little beat up myself.
that's pretty good going. That's about 20,000 steps.
Yeah, I've been in like literally been doing sort of the intermittent fasting thing where I stop eating. We eat dinner at like anywhere between 4:30 and 5:30,
Mm.
and then don't really eat until, you know, breakfast. And it's funny, I'm not hungry at all.
I literally have to do the same now. If I eat after 5 o'clock, I get really bad acid. And I
Oh
can't
yeah,
lie down.
and I drink tons and tons of water. So, well, I don't know. I just got my blood pressure thing. It showed up today, or yesterday, I guess, and it still says that, you know, my heart should explode. So I don't know what it was before I took that. I think. Oh, thank you, my friend. Let me see. What was my blood pressure? Uh,
How do you feel? Do you think you can keep that up consistently, or would you get tired with that distance every day?
I've been doing it for since the beginning of the year. I've been doing it every. I get longer every day, actually. I mean, I started out with 2 miles, and like, if I'm tired, I walk at least 4 miles because that's what the loop is, you know.
Mm.
But like today, I felt great, so I just kept walking. I walked like 7 miles today.
How long does it take you?
Um, an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours.
Okay.
I'm not out there humping it. You know, I mean, it's just nice casual walk and kind of walk on. They have big walking sidewalks here, and so you go down and you kind of cut down by the beach and walk along the beach, and then kind of come up around this hotel and back around a park, and you know, it's beautiful. So my blood pressure today was uh, I took it a couple, and I guess it was 141/100. So my heart's going to explode. But I have faith that but I know, so like I didn't have my blood pressure meter, and all I was basing everything on was my heart rate, because it was like I would get dings all day. It's like, oh, your heart rate's too high, and I'm like at 129, and like my resting heart rate was like in the 90s sometimes. And Tony, our friend and business partner, was like, dude, you are going to die. He's like, that's no joke. It's like, really, those are not good numbers, dude. I'm like, okay. And so, I stopped eating lots of salt and stuff and eating really good and been walking a lot. So I can only assume that I know my heart rates have gone down, like just, from the monitoring it. And
What's your resting heart rate now?
well, let's see. I think I don't think it's low. I think it's in the like high 70s, low 80s. So my average heart rate was 78. And I know that's a lot lower than it used to be. And I know that's not great, but it's not horrible. But yeah, Tony was like, dude, you are heading for a heart attack and fast. I'm like, what? I feel great. He's like, you're an idiot. So I'm like, okay. So I guess this is something I have to pay attention to. Is that what you're telling me? Let me find this thing. Watch. I have alerts that go off all the time. It's like, you're going to die. You're going to die. I'm like, oh.
You don't have any arrhythmias or anything like that? Do you?
No, actually, it's all good. I'm just fat. I just sit and don't do anything. Well, I mean, I sit and work, but like my little circles, they used to all be pretty red, and now they're pretty purple and pale blue. So just from the visuals, it's definitely helping,
The good thing about this kind of thing is the body does adapt to it quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm looking at these as my daily averages. And I mean, I have daily averages in like the 90, 93, 100. 113 was a daily average. 103, 97, 97, 91. So for that week, it was 84, 87, 91, 97, 103, 97, 97. Like my sedentary BPM was like 98. And just from, a month of walking every day and changing my diet pretty dramatically, because I could, we're in Southern California, you can get good food cheap. We just go to the grocery store, and I've been eating a lot of GABA rice, which is supposed to help, and I've been taking some turmeric and magnesium stuff that's supposed to be.
Best thing that helped me like 2 years ago, I had pretty high blood pressure, was because I didn't take any medication, but broccoli sprouts and beet powder.
Oh, really?
Might want to give that a go. Pretty good for you.
Broccoli sprouts? I know it's funny, we were about to, there's a really cool service that does, how doing your own sprouts can get slimy and a little weird sometimes, and if you don't pay attention to them, they sort of die and just turn into stinky goop. And well, there's a place that'll send you, and they're like just little strips, and it has a minute, and then you just pour it and it goes. And my friend has one that says it works great, because I love sprouts. I'm a big sprout fan. And like I said, the GABA rice is supposed to be really good. It has a lot of GABA blah 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 mafamlafamline or whatever. You can tell that I pay a lot of attention to this. And Juan is a nurse, and he's been yelling at me, telling me I need to like not die.
Yeah, there's some pretty drastic numbers, to be fair.
And I mean, like I said, a month ago they were worse, for sure. Yeah, pharmacists.
Yeah, turmeric powder. Just like 1 teaspoon every 2 days or something.
Cool.
Might help the blood pressure.
And I love
Not that
beets.
helpful, but it helps. I just put it in like a protein shake or something.
Sure. Well, Juan, you know, the only issue is that I really see you in like one of those little nurse outfits. I can see it right now, even. I'm not saying I'm having nurse fantasies about you. It's just a very humorous visualization that I have. It makes me laugh. It makes me happy. Leave me alone. Well, I'm trying because literally, I think that if I hadn't started doing something, I was definitely fast tracking to a heart attack or a stroke.
Just be glad you don't smoke.
Oh yeah, no. And that's the other thing is like I eat pretty well no matter what. And I don't smoke. I don't drink much. I mean, like I'll go out and have a glass of wine or a beer or something, but like I don't drink alone. You know, like at the house or whatever. I like if we're out, sure I have no problems having a beer or a whiskey or something, but I mean, I probably drink something maybe once every 2 months now. You know, it's not. And I drink a ton of water. I probably drink like a gallon of water a day.
Get one of those camel backpacks, so when you're doing your 6 miles, you can just slurp it down.
I need to because I don't drink while I'm walking. But to be fair, I mean, you know, I mean, I
That
drink
ex-
when I get back. It's not.
Yeah, that extra weight might not be good for you at this particular moment, though.
Well, one thing I really want to do. So there's a company called Jpeg that makes. They call them surf skis, but they're ocean kayaks. And at some point, I really want to get an ocean kayak, and because when I was up in Seattle, we did it a few times when I first got there, and I love it. It's awesome. Up there, though, you got to kayak with the orcas. Down here, I guess the Channel Island area is a great place for great white sharks. So I don't know if it's the thing you want to really, you know, you don't want to be the thing that looks like a seal.
I think you wouldn't want to be in the water with the orcas either, though.
There's no documented evidence, at least in the Pacific Northwest, of an orca ever harming a human intentionally. I'm not too scared of orcas. Orcas are awesome. Is something going on? Why are we not undoing? Okay, we did undo. Fine. Wow. Well, luckily there are other people who are part of it who will continue. Hopefully by the time I die, some of our students will be teachers.
Right.
I've never been too stressed about it. We have longevity is a very real thing in my family. There's never been, well, except for my dad, I guess. There's never been a male in our family on my father's side who died before his 80s of natural causes. There are a couple that ate it in war and things like that, but I guess my dad died of Alzheimer's is what I've been informed. I don't know. I hadn't really talked to him since 1987, so his health was never really one of my big concerns.
Have you ever considered getting a calcium scan or something like that to check?
That would imply going to a doctor. One day, I'll be able to afford to go to a doctor.
Yeah, you're in the States.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not one of those people like, oh, I'm not going to a doctor. It's like, yeah, I got to pay rent. And sadly, there are very few jobs in the world for artists that actually provide health care. When I left the film industry, I definitely didn't really consider the concept of, oh, yeah, you won't ever have health care again in your life. We're working on it.
Who is?
Me.
Working on the healthcare. Yeah.
Eventually, I'll find one of my neighbors who's old that I can steal their identity and use their health care. I think that's going to be. Did they start new bank accounts? No. They just kept going to your doctor.
What's it like in America if you just want to go and see, say, a cardiologist or something like that? Can you just call? Do they have like private clinics that you can go to?
I'm sure they do, but I mean, that's considered a specialist here. I imagine it would cost a fortune to go. And most of the time here, specialists won't look at you or meet with you until you've gotten a recommendation from a general practitioner.
Yeah, you've been referred to them. Yeah.
And if you don't have a general practitioner, it's kind of hard to get referred to. I mean, I imagine that, if you, maybe you could pretend to have a hypertension attack and, go to the ER, and maybe from the ER you could get a recommendation, maybe. I don't know. I mean, honestly, if not for the blood pressure, I'm like almost never sick. I'm in pretty good health. I have some joint issues. Like running and jumping things aren't really something I partake in much anymore. I used to race bicycles and I beat the living snot out of my body so bad.
Gentlemen, it was lovely, but I have to pass out because kids have to go to school in the morning. So.
Ah, you quitter. Parenthood. Pshaw.
Pshaw. So great hanging out again.
Always a joy,
See
my
you guys
brother.
next one.
Indeed.
Always.
And
Talk
tomorrow's
later.
office hours, so.
You too. Huh?
I said tomorrow's office hours, so we're always there as well.
Cool. All right. All right. Good night, Henry. Good night, Raz. Good night, everyone out in the TV land. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
But yeah, when I moved down here, I decided I really need to make a concerted effort not to have my heart explode.
It's a good plan.
Because Tony really yelled at me. He was like, "You're an idiot, dude. You have to deal with this." I'm like, okay. Fine.
Don't do anything too intense for now. Stick to the walking. And...
Yep, that's exactly it. It's like, I figure, but, because when I was, like, my peak performance weight was like a 165, 170. And I figure if I can just get down to like 180 and just dump some of the excess weight, I do want to start taking hot yoga. My friend was a yoga instructor. And then I met this guy who did a lot of yoga. And it's funny, he and I were sitting there talking, and somehow or another it came up my birthday, or it was his birth, age came up somehow. And I would have guessed he was late 50s, early 60s. You know how old this dude was? He was 83 years old. And he looked great. I was just like, oh my God. And he's like, no, I had a heart attack, and my doctor was like, "Oh, you need to pull your head out of your butt and do something." He was like, "I suggest you do yoga." And he doesn't. I mean, like, he walks with his wife and stuff, but he does no other exercise, no weights or calisthenics or any of that. All he does is hot yoga. And he's like, "Yeah, that's that." And my friend, he's a yoga instructor, and he was like, "No, it'd be really good for you." So at some point, because I guess flexibility and stuff has a lot to do with brain elasticity or whatever, blah blah, words. It's all words to me. I don't know.
I used to really look down on that kind of thing, I'll be honest. You know, like yoga and what's the other one? Pilates and stuff. Like, oh, you know, that's not a men's sport or whatever. But I tried doing the Pilates, and it's one of the best things I've ever done.
Oh my god, my ex, she was a choreographer, and when we had moved to San Francisco, she decided that I needed to do Pilates with her in the morning. Now, the problem with this is that she's a choreographer. She was like at, 20% body fat and had abs of steel. You know what I mean? Her core was solid. And she's up there and she's like, "Oh, we're doing hundreds and we're doing this." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I don't even have an abdominal muscle, you evil woman." It was like pure torture. I was like, "Oh my God, you're evil." I bought her one of those, one of the tables or whatever you call them. And it's pretty awesome. Pilates is no joke. Now Pilates is basically, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that isn't Pilates, because Mr. Pilates, do you know how the tables were developed? He, in World War I, he realized that soldiers who moved got better faster, right? So he developed hospital beds that had those springs in them. And that's how the Pilates table was invented. But all the floor exercises, they're brutal. Unless you have a core, which I don't. My core is right about here. I have this right here.
If I'm sat down on the computer for too long, I just get the bottom left side for some reason. It's always the bottom left side. But the Pilates really helps.
Yeah, no, Pilates is awesome.
Never heard of hot yoga. Might have to give that one a go.
I guess they just do it in a really hot room. And he was saying there's something about it that I guess it kicks off one of your systems quicker because of the heat or whatever. And so it allows for, endorphins to flow quicker. Words, I don't know. But the hot yoga is supposed to be substantially different than just regular yoga for health, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, it's not something I've researched yet. I'm a research monkey. Like, I'll read articles about it and figure out what it is and blah, blah, blah. But I figured I just need to get used to moving and see if I can get my blood pressure down to where my heart's not going to blow up before I try anything strenuous. And you also don't want to do something that, takes you to that point of, because, I mean, I used to train. I understand training and pain and all of that. And it's just like, I've got to be able to work. I don't want to, and because of how my joints are, if I torque one of my joints, I'm not going to walk for a week and I'm going to be bedridden and my joints blow up the size of my head and it's ugly. It's like industrial bursitis. It's like bizarro and horribly painful. I mean, I've been shot, stabbed, hit by cars, fallen out of buildings. I mean, I've abused myself and I've never felt anything more viscerally painful than just the bursitis thing.
You got shot?
It's crazy. I mean, it's, like I said, it's visceral. It's crazy.
Did you say you got shot?
Yeah. A couple times, actually.
Would like to talk about it.
No,
Yeah.
no.
That's
No.
a different stream. But honestly, none of that was nearly as painful.
Can't imagine.
But to be fair, none of that it never hit bone or anything. Everything, luckily enough, just hit meat and went through. So I never had to deal with reconstructing my body afterwards. So that's a helpful thing.
I head off for a bit. Someone needs to take a call in this room, so I'll pop back on.
Right on.
Cheers.
See you in a bit.
Yeah, when I was a drug mule for the Armenian cartel.
Any ideas what you're gonna put on the band?
No. Not at all.
Cool.
I guess I could shift to that direction. I'm just chittle-chattling. Trying to get the face to where it's a little bit more presentational for the ring. Yeah, hop into voice chat. That's why it's there. Would it be possible to pick your brain for info if you ever get a moment to yourself?
Hello, sir.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
All right. So ping rate, what exactly do you mean by that? It sounds like
We're
I'm
here for brain picking now.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm here.
Hooray.
Yeah, trust me, I'm more than willing to actually stop doodling and answer questions. If anyone, speak of the devil, if anyone has any questions whatsoever, please do not hesitate to ask, because I sort of view this as a Q&A as well. We're not going to go down and do full crits of things, but if you have any questions about anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I might have to go get tea in a minute, though. It's still early.
How do you come up with the idea of that ring?
This was a coat hook that I made. Hold on. I have a picture of it right here. Mm-hmm. Download. Changes the pictures.
Hello, Pragmatic.
Hello.
So that was sort of the coat rack. Had little boxing gloves on, so it didn't tear the coat.
Nice.
Yep. And then I was doing this because the guy who sold us our computer said that they're still going to give me a custom engraved glass thing like the little grass green right there. So I was thinking, what do I want on it? And it was like a big elephant head. So a vector image of an elephant head with some text, and we'll see if they'll do it. They're like, well, we need a vector image. I'm like, I can turn that into a vector image. So that was this quest towards vector images. So that's what I was kind of fiddle-fuddling around with for a bit there. And then I thought about it. I was like, yeah, this would make a good ring. So I
Yeah, super cool.
thought it'd be funny. Right? Big old elephant ring. So was my blood pressure as bad as I led you to believe it was?
Well, he's not the best, but we will work it out. I mean, with all the exercise that you're doing, you're feeling better, right? So
Oh yeah. And I mean,
That's
honestly, if my pulse rate has anything to do with my blood pressure, then it's definitely coming down, you know.
yeah, not necessarily, but nonetheless, it's still a good marker to keep on check.
Yeah. Right? I think you have something there. Well, I think also, a pretty dramatic change in diet is helping too. Now you said take my pulse in the morning a few times.
5 times. That's the standard. So pretty much you wake up, go to the washroom, what have you, sit down for 5 minutes, take 5 readings, and the average of your 5 readings.
Okay. Can do that.
Yeah, it's tedious, but because the first reading very likely will be very high, right? Maybe the third one will be near to optimal. So just to see where you're sitting.
So the bottom number is the important one.
Yes.
Both are important.
And that shouldn't be like 150 over 320.
Sorry, can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, well, it's your diastolic pressure. It represents the pressure that's being put on your vascular system when your heart's at rest between beats.
I have high hopes that it will lower dramatically. And like I said, I just got a blood pressure meter, so I can't think of the last time I ever had my blood pressure taken, except when I went to a doctor like 15 years ago. So I'm like trying to be responsible. Our friend had a heart attack, and he was just like, dude, you seriously need to wrap your head around this and not be a jerk. I'm like, okay. I don't know if those things can be mutually exclusive, because I think I could still be a jerk and have good blood pressure. I think I could accomplish that. I know that Henry thinks that definitely knows I can.
You can.
Sweet, told you. Well, we don't know. When's the last time I had good blood pressure? I know I did have high blood pressure when I was racing bikes, so I can get there. Thank you, Lukeman.
I'm trying to start a small printing business with my 3D printer, mainly at video game models.
Oh, sure.
Do you have any idea how to efficiently take the JPEGs or the PNGs, whatever the texture is, and turning that into actual geometry?
So are you talking about doing it in like low relief, or you're talking about actually sculpting the full figures?
Low relief.
Well, so how how I would probably go about it is in Photoshop. Here, let's find it. Like what kind of character? Something from Dota or
Yeah, shifts actually came to me when I was thinking about doing a model of a Mercury Star Runner from Star Citizen. So it could be like
oh, interesting.
props, ships, boats,
Sure.
whatever.
Star Citizen, Star Runner, Star Citizen, Star Runner class images. A friend of mine's really into what's the other one? The one that's the where you get spaceships and they have wars and
Eve?
yeah, Eve. Like he's a like a manufacturer. I guess he's a fairly big deal in the world, whatever. But
Actually played that for several years.
yeah, it's in like just him telling me about it. Eve, I find very compelling and interesting. You know, it's like, oh, it's kind of cool. But it takes a lot of time and effort. I don't have enough time to do it right now. That's for sure. I barely have enough time to do anything, let alone something entertaining as such. But they have downloadable models of all the ships and stuff.
They do, but the textures are not applied.
Right.
And if you print it, most of it's just going to be flat planes. There will no greebles to give it a better look.
Oh, really? I didn't. I haven't seen
do
them,
it.
so I didn't.
No worries.
I'm
What
trying.
I'm trying to do is get the model. I'll get a model. Right now I'm working on a scout ship from Homeworld one.
I'm trying.
And
I'm trying
what
to.
I'm into. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm here looking at some of these models. I'm trying to find something that would make a reference that would be something that's easily usable, so we can kind of show you how.
It doesn't really use traditional texturing maps. I don't remember what it's called, but they don't actually have one. It's got like a skeletal framework over it, and that's where they get all the detail. I have no idea how it works. It's a pain in the ass to try to convert.
So let's. You have this ship, and it has that. So you're just trying to do a low relief, like a pendant or something, where it's just like a half round with a low relief on it. So, or are you just trying to do? I mean, it could be a.
To build like high fidelity modeling. So like that ship right there, if you want to
Yeah.
say like this, and I take the texture, subdivide it until my computer can't handle it anymore, because that's usually how much you have to do it, and apply that as poly paint, and then I go back through on every one of the lines on it and scribe them in.
Sure. Well, I think you could probably, if you take it into Photoshop, if you think about it in layers, it's going to be a much easier process to deal with. Like, here, let me see if I can just download it.
Typically, I would use an alpha map, but
Yeah,
alpha
but
map usually have like some kind of grime and stuff on it.
yeah. Why am I not? Why is this not download? It doesn't even give me the option to download it. What am I doing wrong here? Here, let's do this. Oh, I tried to save it and died. Look at that. We weren't even sculpting on it. It died.
I didn't mean to be.
Oh no, that had nothing to you. This is. It's just eating it for some reason. it didn't like saving this model for some reason. Okay, it's okay. We're gonna go here. I'm gonna go open. We are going to documents, nugget. Here. Image size. Get 300 dpi. Image filter. Not filter too much. Noise. Median.
Guys, it kind of feel like I hijacked the show.
Oh no. This is, in a lot of ways, this is why I'm here. I mean, I'm fiddle futzing around, but all right. Now let us do. Let's go to layers here. Let's do that. So this is a real layer. Let us come back in image. Layer new. We'll just do it this way. Okay, boom. No, I want to duplicate. No. I want this to be a high pass layer. Where are you? No, I have to. I'll go to layer properties. Sorry, I haven't done this in a while, so I have to. Maybe I have to duplicate. Come on. Get layer. Okay. Delete that. Now. I thought high pass was right here. Kind. Okay. Where is high pass? One second. Pass filter, Photoshop. Show me where it is. Why am I missing it? Oh, it's under other. Ridiculous. Okay, filter. Other. And so here you can get it where Here, hold on. Cancel. Image adjustments, black and white. Boom. And you can adjust in here a little. Get a little bit more contrast in there. Okay. Filter. Give me a little Gaussian blur. All right. And then filter other high pass. Okay. And then there's a way to, well, let's just see if we can do it with contrast here. There's a way to get this to be basically line art. I haven't done this in a little bit, so I apologize that once again, this is me muddling around in the world of trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
That's exactly what I was looking for. So thank you for your time, Ricardo.
Yeah, of course, of course. And it's not another high pass layer. It is, I think it might be hard light. That would make it an effects layer. How do I get an effects layer? Oh my gosh, it's been so long. I love just making myself look like an idiot. Duplicate. Okay. Take you, turn you into. Let's do this first. Like, boom. Let's Gaussian blur the. Just to get our lines a little cleaner. Okay. Get my contrast up there. All right, and now we are going to go to our hard pass layer. Turn you off for a second. And then we are going to delete you. Okay, let's. No, come on. No. I get my program's confused. Do I push the Alt button? No, that's not it. All right. This will at least give you an idea. So I think the most important thing there is the high pass. And then what happened there? And then select. No, that is delete. Obviously, you probably want to be a little bit more selective than that.
I made a series of screenshots for you to kind of show you what I'm doing.
Yeah. There should be a way to get this. I think you have to merge that down. You can share them in Discord, and that will.
Yeah. I'm gonna get them loaded up now. One is the original model. I had to take all the textures off, and that's what the second one is. And then I have to go back to and put lines or scribe them in, and it just takes so long.
Where did you put it?
It's in the hub channel, Tomas.
All right. Let's get over here. Okay, so you have your ship. It's black and white.
What
And
I
then
do
you-
there, yeah, the black and white, I'll do a mask by color intensity,
Mhm.
reverse it, and then use like something like inflate
Mhm.
or layer to actually put the lines onto it.
Mhm.
So it looks like a real panel as opposed to just the texture painted on top.
Sure, sure. And then these are that. So I think that this is still probably the way to get your scribe lines easy. Take an photo, do a high pass, punch the contrast, and then you can use this as the cutting template. And you can use it in come on, Tomas, use your brain. And I haven't used like ZBrush crashed. Yeah, yeah.
The archive, but I didn't get all the steps down.
In Spotlight. And if you open it in Spotlight and you have your contrast that cut, you can literally just brush over it and it'll just cut the lines in.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if here, let's go back to here. And like I said, you're going to have to be a little patient with me because trying to.
Appreciative of everything you give me.
Oh, no, because now I'm trying to figure it out. Adjustments, brightness and contrast, kick our contrast up. Okay. Come in with burn. We want to burn in the shadows. Is that burning? Or is that dodging? No, that's dodging. We want to burn. Mm. Now, probably would have denoised this a little more before I did the midtones, because you can see it's picking up some of that texture.
Why I don't like what using the alpha maps. They were never clean, just black and white. There was just shades of gray in it here and there.
Yeah.
Screwed with the
And so there we go. We have roughly our thing. And, you know, you can spend a little more time in here and, you know, just oop, no, not right. Come in here. Okay, change our pressure. And, you know, match your hardness and stuff. Right.
awesome. Yeah, I never thought of trying that.
We want the flow to be. Image size. And like I said, you can come back in and get your stroke size to be a little bit more. Takes a little fiddling, but there we go. You know, we're kind of matching this. So if you want to come in and really tune it up here, you can. Then we're going to come here and we are going to file, save as, spaceship. And then the ZBrush. And now you're going to have to give me a second here to remember exactly how to do this part. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's Z. Okay. And now texture, import. No, need a PSD. Is it here? No, where did I do it? Snag it. Spaceship. So now you have this. And I think you can do in here you can punch your you can do some stuff in here to change your contrast or whatever. And now if I'm not mistaken, let's just drag this right here. Line it up with your model, obviously. And then take layer. And I might have to invert this. I can't remember which direction's which. So Z will lay this down.
Yeah, dark is lowers, I believe.
Symmetry off. Make my brush bigger. Shift C. There you go. So you bring it
Oh,
in
wow.
and
yeah.
you know, position it.
Right.
And then you just go over it. Hold on, let's turn lazy mouse off. And I'm obviously not being very careful. But you can see that if you have a high contrast, in Photoshop, you can futz with this a little bit more. There's another step that makes this cleaner. I just can't remember what it is. I can find out for you. I can look it up. Control Shift C and see.
Ever used the thick skin? Was it thick skin or thicken? When the 2021 thick skin, yeah.
Yeah, that could definitely work. So I think that as long as you're taking your screenshot and it's clean, you know, you can take it in the Photoshop, clean it up. Because I took this from a noisy image too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it gives you some of that surface texture if you want it. And
Absolutely.
That's a way to scribe it in. And you can see if you go back in and clean it up, you know, you can make it tight.
Right.
But I would say that's probably the easiest way to do your scribe lines.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, of course. And then the nice thing about this is you can come in and take layer, take it small, and just come in and raise the layer of some of these. Here. You know, take one layer back and in.
Mm-hmm.
And that just helps give that differentiation a little, it gives it a little bit more dimensionality.
Yeah.
I wonder, let's go back here for a second. I wonder what this will do. I don't think you'd ever be able to get it to start in the right place. Let's alpha on. Minimum strength. Let me see. I guess you could get it to such. Okay. No. Maybe delete. Come over here. Surface noise. Give that loaded out. Alpha on. Pick your alpha. Noise scale. Straight negative. You could get it there. Just here you have a few more options on how to get your surface cleaner. And then you could use your alpha scale to try to get it to match the model. And then okay. Right, if you matched up there, then you have that way of going about getting your depths and stuff.
Right.
And then you just apply to mesh.
The problem, the one thing I can't seem to get rid of is that stippling between the lines.
This stuff? Well, that's just having a clean alpha.
Yeah.
I mean, like if, here, let's go back in here real quick. Photoshop. Um, obviously, if you got these just a touch cleaner, right?
Mhm.
And like I said, there's a way to do it where you can get better contrast here. I'm just what are you doing? That needs to be a lot smaller than that.
If you trick, or is it possible to trick ZBrush by applying the UV as normal, doing a ambient occlusive map?
Feasibly, like if you're trying to generate, well, I mean, you can always render it. Here, hold on, let's see if we can get this to work. Because if you're just trying to produce the black and white image here, you could always go into render, non-photorealistic rendering. Where is that? Oh, it is Lightbox. It is render sets, I think. And mm, oh, you have to push BPR, sorry. Okay. So you can come here and in your
Oh, brilliant.
and that's just anime 1 here. But
Sounds
there is it in the render? Where are all the non-photorealistic stuff? It's been like 4 versions since these have been put in here. That's like 3 or 4 years ago. I just can't remember. There's a slider set that allows you to pick your lines and just show up how they, you know, to show the detail differently. Right.
I
You
know
can
what to
see
look
that
for.
these just have slightly different settings. And once again, I feel, you can see how, and then you can change how it fills in and stuff.
Mm.
And then you could just use, export the image. And then, and I would probably hit front or frame.
Mhm.
And then that way, that if this is a place you can get back to, right? Because if you hit frame, it's always, oh, look, I moved it. Now you hit front. Oh, I guess that's top. Okay. So either hit top view or frame, and it's always going to come back to this place. And then you can put your model there, come in, choose a render set. Hit BPR. Obviously that has more linear detail. Like I said, there's a way to, I just don't remember where the non-photorealistic sliders are. If you just look up non-photorealistic rendering, it'll show you exactly where these are. It's so funny because I actually spent a lot of time futzing with this when you can see this one's even more just of the model with the overlay. And then you can get it to where it's drawing blacker lines on this. You can just use that as, export it and use that as an alpha to do your cutting. And then if you're using this, you then, like I said, you can come in with the sliders. Where is it? Hold on, let me find. NPR rendering. See you on. Okay. And so where is me palette? Going to the mixer sub palette. Where is that? Oh, it's in materials. Who would have ever looked toward in materials? And so you can change the outlines, depth.
Like such a dummy now. I mean, it's such a simple and elegant solution. I couldn't think of it.
Well, I had to think about it too. I mean, I had you in Photoshop a couple minutes ago, so posterize. So that does those, and then modifiers. All of this you can change, and it's actually pretty fun. you can punch your specularity, you can punch your diffusion, you can change your ambient light, so you're flooding it out, so you're only getting your line thickness. And I think it's the other one, material. It's this one. Come on. Yeah. Why am I using a mouse? I had to use the mouse in Photoshop and
Yeah. I find myself doing that too.
yeah, so see, you can kick your outline up here. Change your lines here. And then come up to this one. And you can really change a lot of this. And it's just going in and futzing with it. And now you have this. Take your picture of it. Either you can export the document. Document, export screen grab. I think you can just export if I'm not mistaken. Save. This will let you save it. You go okay. I have no idea where that saves that to though. Let's try that one more time. Document. Export screen grab. Okay, where did it put it? And snag it, of course. Why wouldn't it? So now we get rid of this material. We go back to this material. We then go to texture. We import a texture. We go to Dropbox or snag it. We grab this. We go to we add it to our thingy-mabob here. Now, poop. I forget how to hide stuff. I forget how. How do I Z? Front or top? Crappus. Is it delete? Is it that simple? No. All right, fine. We're just going to make these tiny then. I'm sure if I read one of these is delete, but I'm just going to drag these out of the way because they're in the way. I just want to get them. Anything that's on hand. I know I'm a ding dong. I just can't remember.
Like I said, thank you very much of what you did tell me. Now I know what to look for. I can find it.
Yeah. We're going to change our opacity so we can match it up. I'm going to put this here so we're there. scale. And there's a more elegant way of doing this, but I can't remember what it is right now.
No worries. Thank you very much.
And then we go layer, just because that's simple. And I think we might have this backwards. See.
You do it. Texture render from a flattened UV.
What's that?
Take UV and collapse it.
Oh, I don't know anything about UVs. I never use UVs. You probably could. That's something you'd have to ask Eric, my business partner. And he actually has a stream as well. He just started restreaming. But you can see that that's substantially deeper. I just... and you could feasibly apply it as a noise instead, or as a surface instead of that. There are a couple ways you could get it on there. I think your brighter UV might actually be your answer. But at least that's a clean way of getting a clean right, because
Why is it always the simple things that I tend to make
oh
brightest?
man, this is my life. I'll never forget I was doing something and Paul was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? I'm doing this." And he's like, "Dude, there's a button that does that." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Look,
Yep.
just push that button." I'm like, "No." It was like, that can't be true. There you go.
That's really nice looking.
And then you're not getting, I mean, my lines weren't super clean. You know, there was the chatter in the line, but you can see that you're not getting any of that surface chatter. So let's do this. And now this has a lot more organic texture too. But noise might actually be the way to do it. Surface, noise, alpha on. Nope. See what it's doing? If you're trying to make alphas that you're going to use, you have to make your scene square. Because see how it compressed it here?
Mm-hmm.
So, and there might be a way to change this. Yeah, here's Y scale and Z scale. So I guess you could match it. Let's turn that off. We're going to turn this on. We're going to do...
A beautiful sculpt, by the way. I'm just
Thank you.
the subject matter is disturbing.
My Bizarro elephant. No, alpha scale. Nope, it's tiling and it's upside down. Obviously you'd have to get it. I don't know why it's backwards. Strength. Tune your depth in. Okay. And there you can see that mine's a little noisier there, but that would bring your course lines in. And as long as you matched it up, I think that could actually be. And if you tune, you can make these less noisy lines. I just chose one of the. I would say experiment with your non-photorealistic rendering, and that'll give you a good foundation to start from, at least, as far as getting that off of your model. I think that's probably a good way to do it. Maybe. I think it's a good start. I think it's something to experiment with because you have it. It's there. You just have to fiddle-futz with it a little to get it to where it's doing what you want it to do. Did that help at all? I'm sorry.
Yes. About
Me
very, very much.
muddling around in ZBrush. I'm sorry. It's sometimes it's very sad.
No. Actually, I've been using a method that's almost completely opposite of that. So any fresh angle will get thoroughly experimented with.
Yeah, and I like the non-photo. When it first came out, when we were doing the beta stuff with it, I was real excited because in a lot of ways it's the ultimate swag generator. You have these models and then you can just rotate them around and create beautiful graphics pretty quickly. You can always go. I know that Juan or Pablo has a whole course on non-photo, but he also, he's bringing it in Photoshop, and it's a full and complete process. It's not a slide a button kind of thing, but he has a really, really good system for it. Henry, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Didn't you have the non-photorealistic thing render?
Yeah, ZBrush for Illustrators course.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's real good.
That might be a way to get, because he's very, very familiar with the process, and that course seems to be. He does really, really beautiful work. He's really mastered the let's make it look like a Mobius illustration. I'm very jealous. I wish that I knew my rendering well enough to produce product like that.
Where can I pick that up at?
Send a link.
What is it? Oh, you put it up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the 3dconceptartist.com link.
Gotcha.
He's a badass. He's a very talented, very, very talented fella.
Wait till they pick that one up. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah, in there you're going to learn a lot of time-saving tips too. If the illustration is the point and not the model itself, he'll show you how to get lines and details to show up in the illustration that you don't have to spend time sculpting.
Oh, nice.
Right. Unlike me, who's going to try to sculpt my way out of every problem.
Oh, shit. I realized it was 2:30.
I'm such a Mobius geek. I really want to.
We're seeing a lot of his work in the Heavy Metal magazine.
Oh yeah, man. Wasn't that the best?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people realize how wonderful heavy metal was.
No, I don't either. There's some beautiful artwork in them.
Yeah, that was. And remember Omni magazine?
Mm-hmm.
Like, good old Guccione actually did some good there. I loved Omni.
You know, we're giving away our age, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, just your capacity to do like comics and illustration by having the models and just being able to set up scenes and rotate and stuff. I mean, sure, your initial model creation probably would take a little bit longer, but once you have it, you just bend it, move it, and go. It's super exciting.
Keyframe it.
Because, I mean, can you imagine how many t-shirts you could produce off of one image? Or
Yeah.
how many NFTs you could produce off one image? Or one sculpt?
That was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Anything to do to help. I know I'm trying to pull things out of my head that are anything that's, what are you doing? This program, I'm not waiting for that nonsense.
Just cobwebs in the back of your mind.
Oh, it's tragic. I'm a mess. I was dead for a few minutes, so my poor brain just doesn't work so good no more. He's like, Henry's always like, you always use that. I'm like, because it's real. It's like, yeah, it's not like it gets better. Once you have brain damage, it happens, man.
It's one of the reasons I'm trying to get out of EMS. I've been doing it for 25 years, and there's just so many dead bodies you can walk out before you're tired of it.
Right? Yeah, that's a tough one. My very, very dear friend was Seattle fireman for 20-something years, but before that he was a active 19-year active duty force recon Marine. And 19 years of active duty is no joke.
I actually worked for DOD Army.
Oh, there you go.
Fort Campbell.
Then you know what I'm talking about.
So I do keenly.
Yeah. Interesting. Come on, you. Let's get back to our little weird elephant. Oh, I have some absolutely wonderfully amazing friends. That's cool. They're good people in my life. I feel blessed by that one. I know all of them are like, how in the hell did we wind up with this wingding? It's like, what did I do wrong to get stuck with this guy?
Drunk. And I was in college.
Yeah, that's a big one. Love. It's so cool to see like your friends from college achieve. It's really nice.
My daughter, stepdaughter, graduated university a couple of years ago. She's a doctor now. So
Awesome.
that I know the amazing feeling you get from people you love achieving good things.
Yeah, my roommate from college, and I mean, still very, very, very dear friend, just won an Emmy for what's it? Primal? It's a cartoon. Gandhi Tartovsky did it. He went to school with us. But David did the storyboard, so basically he was the writer, and he won a Emmy for it, and I was like, yeah,
That's
good on
awesome.
you. Our old roommate Mark, he was, so we were suite mates. Mark and Brian, his brother, shared a room, and then David and I shared a room, and then we shared the bathroom suite. You know, we were one of those corner rooms, and Mark won an Oscar for Brave, the cartoon.
Mhm.
I know it's like everyone we know basically took over the animation industry when we left. I went to CalArts, and so it was like Pete Docter, who did Up, and Tom McGrath, who did Megamind, and Paul Rudish, and Gandhi, and I mean Roger, and you know, it's just like they basically took over the animation industry. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I feel like I'm standing on the shoulder of giants.
It's neat when everyone's doing cool stuff. But I have to admit, I don't. Oh, our friend Joe, he's the art director for The Mandalorian, and
Really?
yeah,
Oh my. I watched that show religiously, that Book of Boba Fett.
or the production designer, art director. Come on, Tomas, don't shorten the man's career. He's like, Tomas, I am not an art director. I am the production designer. Whatever. Same thing, right? No, there's a dramatically different pay scale. I got to a point where I was at the apex of my career, and I was just like, well, do I go into production design? You know, start over and then go into production design?
Right.
And I just had enough of Hollywood. I was like, I'm done. And left and started making jewelry.
Project that I was thinking about starting was you can get swords, real cheap swords from like Bud K or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of fantasy curved things are like $20.
Yeah.
And designing and printing hilts and handles for them.
Oh, it's fun. I have my friend is I guess he's probably considered like one of the most successful custom knife makers. He invented the see he's smart enough to patent things. He invented the so it's not a switchblade, but an opening assist or whatever, you know, you flick it and it opens. And like he did one, but he holds the patent for like 5 or 6 of them because they're all basically the same thing.
Like a
And
battle,
what's that?
like a battle song.
Yeah. Where there's a slight spring to it, but it's your finger that pushes the force open instead of a button, so it's not considered a switchblade. It's assisted opening. And so he did that, and he designed a bunch of knives for like kitchen knives and stuff, and just he was very successful. And he asked me to do some knife designs with him. And I'm wondering if I have them here, or if they're on. They might be on my phone. But it'd be cool if that actually takes off because it'd be fun to do some knife stuff. I love knives, and I have a tomahawk that I carry everywhere.
I love collecting swords.
Right? I mean, you just never know when you need to cut your way out of something.
Zombie apocalypse is coming.
Yeah. Or a car accident. Or someone trying to take your car. Or you just never know. The world's an exciting place.
Ancient Arabian curse.
Right?
Times.
I love I swore I'd never move back to LA. I was just like, never going to happen. Can't stand it. Nope. And I moved back here. We're in Ventura County, so it's not really LA proper, you know. It's heaven on earth down here. I get it. I'm like, holy Hannah. It's awesome.
One place I'd really like to go with County. That and desert in Nevada, New Mexico. I love the desert.
Yeah. The desert can be fun. I spent a lot of time in the desert working. I mean, we did a lot of movies in the desert.
I was a flight medic in Sudan for a while. Man, that's on the northern border of there, or southern border of there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just I don't know why I find it so beautiful, but it's just dark to me.
Well, I mean, it's magic in a lot of ways, you know.
Yeah, the tranquility, you know.
But I'm dead fish white. It's
Yeah.
like I was never really meant to hang out in the desert. It's not really good for my health. Even though I have to say that that's another really awesome thing about being here is that the UV index is like 1 and 2. You know, I mean, it's not like bad. I mean, I'm out every day, and I mean, I'm not suntan or sunburnt. You know, it's like it has very little effect. And I'm like, how can it be so much different on the other side of the hill? You know.
One of my duties while I was there is overseeing the nationals that were getting trained on how to use automatic weapons. So I'd have to go out to the firing range and sit there for 12 hours.
Nice.
And yeah, in 130-degree heat.
Oh yeah.
And watch these knuckleheads try to shoot a gun. I came back one day and I looked like a lobster. Oh, it was red.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, we were for a while they called us dive paramedics. We weren't really paramedic. I mean, we had some training, but basically if they called us, the people were dead because we were part of the National Speleological Society cave diving stuff.
It's actually a rescue diver too.
Yeah, and so basically we traveled with a psychologist who explained to the people who called us that their family was dead and we're going in to recover bodies. Because by the time you call us, there's no one there. You know, I mean, they're gone. There's just no doubt about it. So
Yeah, but
that was always exciting.
anything more than an hour, it's not a rescue, it's a recovery.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that was always our joke. We were the Florida Recovery Association. We had nothing to do with rescuing anyone. We were at Jenny Springs, which is sort of this like little cave diving haven place, but it's out in the middle. Well, it used to be out in the middle of nowhere. I have no idea. It could be in the middle of a city now, you know. But the paramedics called us and they were like, "Hey, there was a car accident at the end of your road and it's going to take us like a half hour to get there. You know, can you go check it out?" We were so stoked. We were like, "Yeah, we're finally going to get a live one." No. So we go to the guy in the pickup trucks pacing back and forth and pacing back and forth. He's like, "Dude, I just stopped and I think she's dead. And I mean, I just bumped her and I don't know." And we're like, "All right." And, you know, we walk up and take her pulse and she's dead. And I'm looking and she has like this little gold cap in her hand like this. I'm like, "What in the hell?" And I kind of, you know, you turn her face towards you. Her eye was sort of collapsed in. There was like a bump. I was like, "That's weird." You see like the goop, you know. It was like, okay. And lifted up and she was putting on mascara. He bumped her and she jammed that thing right into her skull. Killed herself. I was like, how, where in the frontal lobe do you go to get yourself through your eye socket? I was like, wow. I mean, that was some mad talent.
Yeah, no shit. It's a joke. Sorry.
It was probably, she probably died of shock. But yeah, we were so stoked. We thought we actually got to go deal with a live victim. Nope.
A live one? Yeah. Really? No.
Nope. Haha, on you. It's like, man. The paramedics just laughed at us when we got that. I mean, you sort of get a morbid sense of humor pretty quickly. You're like, like, oh, that's not nice. That's not even funny. Well, turn symmetry off. I guess that's the case. Oh, there's a lot of chatting. What's going on over here? Have I missed anything, Henry?
I'm just sending somebody the link to your email list so they can get your UI.
Oh, cool.
I updated that page to the latest version.
Great. I was in the bracelet videos that I'm making right now.
Mm-hmm.
We might change the UI again. Well, see this? Where is it? Right here. Inner, outer.
Sure.
It's supposed to project to the inner vertices and outer vertices, but it doesn't do what flipping. I thought that was like going to be, if I remembered correctly, I thought that was going to be like the answer to, instead of having to flip the model,
Mm-hmm.
it should project to the inner vertices or the outer vertices. It didn't work that way. I don't know what I did.
What the guy's name is, but there was a video I watched on YouTube where they had taken a meteorite and turned it into a ring.
Oh, yeah.
I
Actually,
thought,
I have some super cool meteorite balls. Someone actually took the time to bead a meteorite, and that's impressive because that stuff is hard as hell. They're really cool. I'm gonna make some men's rings out of them.
I'd like to see them.
Hmm.
My wedding ring is meteorite and gold.
When my wife and I first started dating, I mean, I was flat broke between floors of Walmart, and the internet was new, and I had found a site called International Star Registry. $60, you can have a star named whatever you want.
Oh, cool.
So I did that, and I told her that I couldn't give her the world, but I can give her a star.
There you go.
Got laid that
Yeah,
night.
that'll do it. Yeah, there's I want to say he's in Colorado, but it could be Arizona. And I guess he has like one of the, he's a rock hound. He goes out and hunts meteorites, and he has I guess like one of the largest or the largest meteorite collection in private hands. And he found a meteorite that was, I mean, the slabs of it are like this big, and he cuts like 1/2-inch slabs or 1/4-inch slabs, and he sells them to like museums and places like that, because it's the one that it's just full of peridot, right? So it looks like, metal with like little green glass windows all the way through it. It's super cool. I was like, wow, I want a slab of that. It's like, sure, it's literally like $500,000. I'm like, oh, I can see why museums buy them and Tomas doesn't. Wah wah. Now, Don't even start the Blender heckling.
I tried to use Blender and I cannot get it to work for some reason.
Yeah, I was
I
very
don't know why,
underwhelmed. But, I mean, once again, I don't animate. I don't do any of that crap. I'm just trying to get a sculpting program, and I don't care what anyone says. It's not a professional sculpting package yet. You know, I mean, the development's just not there. There's really no comparison between it and ZBrush when it comes to sculpting.
Riz was just talking about rendering, which it is very good at.
I don't even want to hear it, buddy. The day that Blender has their own Twitch channel. Oh, they can't. They're free. No. I'm actually sure they. I can't imagine that they don't, in some format, have their own stuff. I just like harassing. Oh my god, we made a Blender video? We can't say that.
Only for rendering. And I think he starts the video by saying, don't try and sculpt in this program. But for free, it's very good at rendering.
That's cool. I mean, you can use whatever you want. I don't care. But don't harass me for using a real program because you got yours for free. Actually, we don't really get the Blender hecklers as bad. Man, poor Ash. I don't know what it is about Ashley and her, like, her viewership or her fandom. Man, they really heckle her. She gets some really bad Blender nights. It's really kind of sad. She's like, I don't care. Leave me alone with your Blender. This is the ZBrush channel, you jerks. It's like, they get angry at her because they're like, well, you know, Blender's a good program too. You should be like, yeah, but stop.
Actually started out on Lightwave.
Good old Lightwave. The Kellers, that was one of the programs that people used. SolidWorks.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of SolidWorks. I think the first 3D program I ever used was it 3D Studio Max, or is that right?
That was mine. That was the first one I ever used.
Yeah.
3ds Max.
And it's funny because I mean, I was a physical sculptor. I had the concept of using a computer, you know, first of all, they were not very useful for anything I did in any way, shape, or form at the time. And, but my girlfriend at the time was going to UCLA in the set design department, and they used it a lot. And so, like, I would come to pick her up, and when she was still working on stuff, I would just sit down. And one of the students was like, oh, well, you should play with this. It's kind of sculpting. And I was like, all right, whatever. But it was super easy. I mean, like, I had never used a program before, and it only took me, you know, you could take a box, and then you could bend it, and then you could, you know, I mean, it wasn't rocket science. But right. Yeah, I thought that wasn't, but I mean, I didn't do anything with it. And then I remember I was hired by Maya.
Really?
They started a thing called Artisan. And it was like their sculpting tools. And I was hired by them as a professional sculptor to give them my, you know, to kind of play with it and tell them what I thought. And it was like 4 months. And the only thing I ever said to them, literally every single one of my reviews about it was, you need more geometry because there's absolute. But they're like, yeah, but we have that V tool and a scoop tool. You know, what's the difference? I'm like, there is no difference because you only have 4 polygons. When you cut it with a scoop or a V, it winds up being a V. You don't have enough geometry to sculpt. That was my only. They hated me so much. They're like, come on, man. I'm like, I'd set them down. I'm like, here, look. You tell me what the difference is. I'm like, you're all crazy. But I guess they eventually did something with that. Maybe. It was so funny. I was just like, well, you know, you could get more mesh and then you could sculpt with it. I didn't look at digital sculpting for a long time after that because it was just like, what garbage. And then someone showed me Mudbox. And that was real early on in Mudbox. And, I mean, it was cute, but, you know, I sure wasn't going to do anything with it. And then David Krentz, who was my friend who just won the Emmy. I was at his house and he showed ZBrush to me and I was like, holy hell, that's actually sculpting, you know. And I was like, that's the future right there. And here I am, digital sculpting. I haven't done a physical sculpt in a decade.
Yeah, I used to do pencil and paper sketches. I haven't touched a pencil in years.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of like I did a bunch of costume design stuff. So I used to paint and draw, and I can't think of the last time I drew something. I mean, it's just so much easier to develop my stuff in 3D. And luckily I develop for myself, so it's not a race. You know, I can't say never, but very rarely am I in a hurry to get something designed. But even, I mean, like I've been doing a few, I'm joining a business that's already there, so I've been doing a few little projects for him. But I mean, I kick this stuff out, you know, compared to going through drawing, then sculpting, then the approval, and then drawing and sculpting and you know, it's just so much easier just to sit and do it. You know, it's like, look, I can make a base model we can talk about. And then honestly, it's like, you know, usually a half hour, 45 minutes of work to finalize it, you know. I mean, obviously there are times when there are real changes, but even real changes go so quick.
I had an opportunity to use like ZBrush many years ago. It was actually, I think it was about the time it was released, and I tried using it and could not get anything to work. So I said, "Fuck, this program sucks."
Yeah.
And like 15 years later, I tried it again, and I was kicking myself because this is so much easier to do.
Oh yeah. I mean, like I said, I saw it and it was right, I was introduced to it right before so it was like version 2 or 2.1 or whatever it was. And so there was that version, and then the next version, which was 2.3, 2.4, whatever, really became a sculpting program. Like they did a handful of things and it just completely opened up sculpting for sculptors, you know, I mean, where it was a real sculpting tool. And Dave showed it to me and I just got super excited about it. And then by the time I actually got to order it, it was just so good. you know, just the difference between it and those two. I mean, it couldn't have been more than a week. You know, I mean, it literally, I got home and it was out, and I was like, that's it. No question about it. That's it.
Ashamedly, the first time I used ZBrush was a pirated copy, and I liked it enough that I'm a legitimate user. It's just such a great program.
Yeah, it's amazing, honestly. And, you know, the thing about the company and just the people tied to the company, and, you know, it's just such a fantastic group of people, and the development's awesome. And, you know, they really pay attention to us as users. Because I was the first person to ever get a piece of jewelry manufactured out of ZBrush. And, you know, back then it was not a manufacturing program.
Right.
And it was funny because I posted pictures in the forum back when the forum actually was useful. Now the forum is just so busy. And because it's no longer a forum, it's more a posting. You know, it's not set up like a forum. It's just a picture posting thing. And I get why they did it, but it makes it where it's impossible to really participate the way we used to. And you know, it's funny because I was so bummed when they took down the what was it called, ZBrush Greatest or ZBrush uh, Top ZBrush Streams, or I can't remember what the little subsection was, because it was like number 23 of the 50, and it's because I was doing stuff that no one else was doing at the time. So I actually had over 500,000 views on my ZBrush forum thing. And that was always cool to send someone to that, because it's like, oh yeah, you know, look, I was in the top viewership. Because I was, you know, most of the other stuff up there was like, you know, movies and games, and, you know, it was like the big players. And there was me making skull rings. But no one else was doing it, so it was like awesome. So I was a little sad when they took that away from the forums. I was like, oh man. I actually parlayed that into some real soft power, man. You're killing me here. How that got so weird. Nope, that's not what I was trying to do. I don't know how anyone gets viewership on the forums anymore. They just move so fast. You know, it just, anytime anyone posts, it all just goes to the top. Where, you know, when they were forum posts, you could follow them, and if someone hit it, it went back to the top, you know, so people could see what forum posts were active. And
One
that's,
thing turned me off about forums was people getting pissed off if you didn't read the 9 million pages that are on the subject. That only one, you know, page has relevant to.
yeah.
This is already gone over.
I know you're like, oh, it's gone already. It was so funny because, like, for the first year or so, I didn't post in one post. You know, every time I did something, I did it as a separate post. And then someone was like, Tomas, why aren't you just making like a sketchbook, you know, where all of your pieces are in one thing? I was like, oh, that never even occurred to me. I'm like, didn't think of that one.
Is that how I feel Oh, when you showed me how to do that.
Right? You're like, ah. I wish I could remember what. And I mean, I had been doing it for like 3 or 4. Well, actually longer than that. It had to be whatever I was doing. I had been doing it for like 5 years, and I was showing Paul something, and Paul was just like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm doing this and blah blah blah." I think it had something to do with reconstruct subdivisions.
I was about to say, I think it was reconstruct subdivisions.
And
Because you had played with that tool during beta when it originally launched, and it didn't do what you thought it did.
yeah,
And then years later, it did exactly what it should have done.
yeah, it was really kind of funny because I was like, "That sucks. It doesn't work." And I was like, "What are you talking about? Worked great." Paul was just like, "Here, look. You push this button." I'm like, "Oh, are you kidding me, man?" I'm like, "That's horrible." He's like, "Man, so many hours of ding dongery."
That's going to be the name of your memoirs.
So many hours of ding dongery. Well, it's just you know, you just get used to. I mean, like Eric's a prime example. You know, I mean, he's truly one of the original masters of this software. You know, I mean, he wrote. I've been a huge fan of his for decades. I mean, you know, he just does some of the coolest stuff, and I'm a bug geek anyway. You know, his insects and stuff are just stunning. And we spent some time at the ZBrush Summit chatting. And he was like, "Oh, you know, I should just take your class. I'm interested in making some stuff." And, you know, I mean, literally, he wrote the first manual on ZBrush. And he was just like, "Oh my God, dude, you use this program so completely differently than I do." He goes, "I've never even heard of using it, how you're using it." I'm like, "Oh, well." You know, it's so awesome that, you know, it's a good testament to the program itself. And that is, you know, people have completely different work styles and completely different workflows, and that caters to all of it. That's pretty awesome, you know, because most programs dictate your workflow, not empower your workflow.
Joseph Trust.
Yeah.
I like his videos.
Oh, he's awesome. He's a special dude. He's just truly one of the most genuinely nice people in the world.
It's frustrating too because he does it and makes it look so easy.
I know.
And he's got a photorealistic sculpting. He took 10 minutes to do it. I couldn't do that in like 20 years.
Yeah, he's impressive. Actually, all of them are. It's really just, it's quite inspiring. I always like, you know, it's cool being part of the beta group because, you know, so many of the people are really accomplished, like game and movie people, and I just always find it funny because I am never ever thinking about this program that way they are. So I'm always trying to find something to do. It's just like, I'm trying to figure that jewelry solution. You know, how is that tool good for this, and how is that tool good for that? It's fun. It's like puzzles.
But before I forget, do you know an efficient way of changing?
One more time? I kind of lost you there.
Sorry, but is there an easy way to switch triangles to quad?
I just ZRemesh. So there is this lovely piece of software, a plugin called So Much ZBrush, and Joe made it. And So there's this whole process that I sort of figured out a long time ago, and that is you can dynamesh it, or like, you know, you get to a point where your quads get destroyed, so you have to ZBrush it, right?
Right.
And so there's the process that I do where I'll ZBrush something. Well, here, I'll show you. We won't do it with anything complicated. We'll do it with this band. So duplicate. Let's bring it down here. So I get asked this a lot. Tomas, when do you know
Do
when
a quick
to...
save real fast, just in case.
Smart man. I do tend to crash ZBrush a lot.
It's just because you have an 80 million poly subtool in the same tool.
And I'm gonna proceed to Dynamesh and remesh it. I'll never forget when Dynamesh first came out. I was Dynameshing something. It was like a 12 million poly model or 10 million poly model. And let me tell you, 8 years ago or whatever it came out, those were big. I mean, that big. And they actually had to change the levels because of how many times you could subdivide something, because I kept having monstrous. They had to change like, it used to not deal with anything that was more than was it 30 megs, 3 gig? I can't, it might have been 3 gigs. And they had to open that up because I kept winding up with models that were far bigger than 3 gigs. And they're just like, what are you doing, you jackhole? But I totally forgot where that was going. Oh well, whatever.
Kept crashing ZBrush probably was the end of that.
Yeah, so whatever, I kept crashing ZBrush. I always crash. Oh, yeah. Okay, so back to the original thing. When do you know when to... Oh, I know what I was saying. So when that first came out, they laughed at me. Like, we were in the beta. He was like, what are you doing? You're Dynameshing, a 15 million poly model. And I'm like, well, yeah. He goes, no, it's a low resolution tool. You shouldn't be doing it more than, like 100,000 is huge. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna push that. Just like, but I purchased a absolutely monstrous computer, and it allowed me to do things that most people weren't doing at the time. Now, even mediocre computers are pretty good computers. Yeah. 10 years ago, that's not the case.
Oh yeah, I remember I was a badass when I got my 686 DX4.
Yeah. I know, right?
I was blazing.
It was so funny. My roommate yesterday was like, oh my God, you kids just don't understand how bad we had it. He goes, I got driven to school both ways. I was like, that's some funny shit. Okay, let's find Twist here, because Twist makes stuff nasty. Isn't that called Twist? No. I don't even know what brushes are called anymore. Spiral? Oh, yeah, Spiral. So we all know that Spiral makes mangly meshes. So people ask me all the time, Tomas, when do you know when to Dynamesh or remesh? Well, here, this is exactly when you know. See this mangled mesh? You're not going to be able to sculpt on it. That's when you change. But we're just going to go back, and we'll be happy with that for right now. So we've reached this point. We have a a mesh. You were asking about a triangle mesh. So let's actually dynamesh this. Let's make it 3 million polys so it retains our detail. Dynamesh. I don't know why that doesn't work. I'm going to talk to Paul about that. The poly count thing just hasn't been, it's like random. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So you have your triangle mesh, right? We're going to make this one poly group. So now we duplicate it. We then come in. I'll usually ZRemesh adaptive. Let it ZRemesh. Now, if, yeah, we're not even, oh, you have to turn symmetry off. Undo that. Turn symmetry off. Actually, we can turn X on, but Z has to go away. ZRemesh. Oh, man. I need a massage desperately.
Appreciate your help very, very much, but I'm not going to give you a massage.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So we're here, right? We've ZRemeshed it. But the one thing that you need is to retain your ability to have subdivision levels. That's the only reason to go back to quads. So we're here. I'm just going to smooth this out just a little because I don't want it to have to try to keep getting that spiral information. I just want it to have a little bit of thickness there. So we're going to get those down and out because, right, I want this to be as clean a mesh as possible. And when you ZRemesh, it's going to try to keep like these two nipples, right? You know, it's going to try to keep that geometry. So I'm going to get rid of it. Anything that it's going to try to keep that could be weird, I'm just going to planar that down.
Box it out and just bullying it in.
I don't even bother. Just trim dynamic is what I'm looking for. There we go. Get that out, get that out. And then ZRemesh, turn adaptive off, make it the same, ZRemesh, and you'll see that that'll disappear. So now we're back on track with having sort of a clean mesh. I am going to put a little weight in here though, just so we're not hunting for this later. Now I'm going to shift and go to half ZRemesh, half ZRemesh, half ZRemesh, until I'm going to try to get down to under 700. 900 is going to be as close as I can get because having or quadding that is going to take us too low. Our geometry is okay. We got, I think it's pretty even. It'll be fine. So now, what's that?
The reason I usually switch them over to quads is because when I apply the texture, it oh, sorry.
No. I just repeat it one more time. I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. Be right back. I use quads for applying the texture.
Right.
It has some kind of weird anomalous warping when you're using triangles.
I agree. No. I do not sculpt on Dynamesh unless there's a reason, right? I mean, if I'm stretching, if I'm slashing to remesh, like if I'm distorting it enough where I just want to remesh a lot, I'll do that. I will always, unless it's the last thing, right? Unless, you know, because a Dynamesh is fine at the end of the whole process, but because I'm not going to sculpt on it anymore. But I sculpt on quads because you need your subdivisions to be able to control a mesh. So I come all the way back down to 900. I then start dividing it back up. Divide, divide, divide. Getting that 230 range. I'm going to come here. I'm going to make this my history state. So control and tap that. And now I'm going to come back down here. And I'm going to hit project history. And you can see where we're missing some, right? We just need to take clay and fill this in a little. Take clay, fill this in a little. Fill that in a little. Now I normally use clay tubes, but I just accidentally pushed clay tubes. Smooth that out and kind of, once again, smooth it so you're keeping that mesh a little more homogenized. Get these to come out. I think that is our, there. Yeah. All right, project history. All right, that's pretty good. Let's smooth that out. That doesn't have enough geometry to cover that, so we're gonna now divide, divide, project history. And now you can see that we're at the state we were here, right? Except now we have our subdivisions and our quads. This is a little stretched out still. And here,
Go ahead, sorry.
where I want this to be a little bit more controlled, I'm just going to go my history brush, and I'm going to come in here. You have to turn off symmetry. Come in here and just work this into where I need it to be. Come over here. Get that in there. And now I can divide it one more time. And you can see that we are right back to our original sculpt, except now I have my 8 subdivision levels. And especially if you're using it for texture, being able to drop down, you know, being able to, so let's say you put your texture on. Let's put a texture on. Mm-hmm. So we now have our lovely texture. And we decide that we want to move this. Well, you know, if you're moving something here, you're trying to make it dynamic, you can see that it stretches your texture out, right? It really distorts it. Well, how we prevent that is we lower our res all the way down here to where we have our base quads. And now, as long as I keep these in relative dimensionality, right, where I'm not really distorting these base meshes, not getting them too much different, keep them easy and symmetrical, and try to keep the quads the same size as they used to be, right? I can do pretty dramatic moves. Right, we've changed that fairly dramatically, right? But when we come back up to our top, you can see that our pattern really hasn't distorted that much because it sort of reprojects as it goes. And then the other thing is, you know, people are always like, oh, well, how do you get lumps out of a high resolution model? Right? It's like, oh, I want this smooth. And you can see, you can sit here all day with smooth. I usually use smooth stronger, but even there, you know, you're never going to get those lumps out. Well, I just lower res, lower res, lower res.
Experience.
Get the lumps out down here. So there's relaxing the mesh, and then there's smoothing. We come up higher res. It's going to try to imply that stuff that was there before. Higher res. And so when you have your subdivision levels, you're doing two things. You can smooth or you can relax the mesh. In here, let's put a little dent in here. Right? Like, oh, I have this dent. Well, I can't come in here and smooth it because I'll remove my surface texture, right? Well, we just lower our res down to here. We come back in. Let's go up one more. You can see our little dent right there. We're just gonna tap it out. I'm gonna grab clay and bring it sort of back out to where it was. And now, higher res. And you can see that it didn't really change the texture, but it changed the shape of the underbelly there, right? You can see, let's say there's that little lump right there. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. Let's smooth that out. So now the substructure is smoother. So we come back here, and you can see it didn't change the depth of this detail by smoothing the subsurface. So having your subdivisions is super important. Now what I was going to say, let's take this, let's go up here, append a little ring. So that's the process that I sort of developed and use. Now, Joe came up with this beautiful app over here. And there is Remesh Plus. So I'm going to say I want 5 subdivision levels. I want my lowest subdivision level to be, let's say 700. Okay, 925, whatever. Let's say 1,000. That's just easy. Enter. And now I want to recreate my subdivisions. I want, so like, let's say this is really choppy. You can dynamesh it first, and that'll clean the mesh up. Remesh groups. So if I have poly groups, it'll remesh to those poly groups. It'll try to retain that poly group information. And then 2 times remesh just makes, it allows it to go through and some of this stuff, like these little point things, it will work its way through some of that a little more if we do remesh twice, but we're not going to do any of that. I am going to just go here. So that's where it'll go down, and then it's going to do 5 subdivisions above that. And so now we go Remesh Plus. And so all that stuff that I did, it now does, it'll go through that whole process automatically. You can see it's kind of thinking and doing its thing.
Just sitting here listening to you probably doubled the amount of knowledge I have on how to use that program.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while. It's so funny. Yeah, I've been working really hard. I spent all this time, and it's been like 3 weeks. I'm like, oh my God. At one point, a couple years ago, we counted. So I quick save all the time. I quick save a lot. I quick save every 30 minutes. I've changed it to 45 now, but I was quick saving every 30 minutes. And so we added up the 30 minutes from in between each quick save, and we discovered that I had 88,666 hours of quick saves. And that was over 5 years. So
Damn.
that was 3 years of the 5 years were me sitting working, quick saving every 30 minutes. And it's like, wow. One, I have obsessive compulsive disorder. And two, what?
OCD, it's CDO.
Yeah,
It's like OCD, but it's in the right order.
exactly. Yeah.
Last question, and I'll quit bugging you.
Oh, no, you're not bugging me. It's all good.
Do
It's trying to
multiple,
think. What's that?
well, how do you do multiple levels of crease?
Multiple levels of what?
Crease,
Crease?
crease, yes.
Oh. Well, to be deadly honest, I will like let's say you definitely don't want your edges to collapse on your are you using Z modeler to do block up?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, like on a cylinder, let's say, you know, you crease the edges so they don't collapse.
Mhm.
Normally, I will divide it maybe twice or 3 times, and then I'll uncrease all, because I don't like sculpting with the creases there, because even when you're sculpting, it thinks about those creases. But I want those sharp edges, so normally I'll do the first 2 or 3 divisions without, oh, it's doing its thing, without the smooth turd on, so it doesn't, so it'll retain those edges. Then I uncrease all, and then I just subdivide up. Is that what you were asking?
It's like a wing. How you've got the trailing edge is very, very sharp, but the leading edge is relatively smooth. How can I put the smooth and the narrow onto the same model?
Well, I would say, well, once this does this, it's
Well,
almost, it's close
I
here.
I
Okay.
imagine this sounded incredibly
So,
incredibly disharmonic. I'm tired. Sorry, I didn't.
oh yeah, no, you're good. So you can see that that is the model that it created. Now it only went up to 1 million because I only did 5 steps, but you can see that all those steps I did were, boom, there, right? This is our original model, and then this is the one that it did, and it's not getting that detail because I didn't divide it. If I had put 6 there instead of 5, it would have divided again and had enough geometry for the reproject. But yeah, that's crazy talk. I love it. So much ZBrush is an awesome plugin. And I think Joe wants, like, I think it's a request for a $5 donation, or it might be a little more than that now, but just for that, it's worth every penny. All right, so let us go to here. Bum, 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 bum. W. Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's get some geometry in here. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Not yet. Let's do it right. Paper first. Mm. All right, so we sort of have our wing there. Go to Z modeler. We have too many lines here. Insert alt, alt, alt. And then let's bevel this one. No. No. Insert. Line. Edge loop complete. Move infinite depth X. Have to turn it on. Hold on. Okay. Move infinite X. We're gonna go crease. Edge loop complete. Did that go around? Edge loop complete. Edge loop partial. It's not edge looping. Give me a nice bright color. Oh, it's because it didn't go to crease. There we go. Edge loop complete. Did that go around? Okay, that went the right way. Edge loop complete. No. Edge loop complete. No. How come this side worked and that side didn't?
It's round.
That's weird. Because see, it's going around. So let's do edge loop partial. Edge loop partial. Edge loop partial. Edge loop partial. Now that should have done it, right? That did it. And now we are going to go edge loop partial. Edge loop partial. And that should do it, right? Divide, 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 divide. No, we didn't need to take that to 70 million. I get button happy.
I think the highest I ever got up to was like 64 million.
Oh, we were doing I've had multiple 90 million poly subtools. I get a little silly. So I think, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, kind of. On a hard surface, you've got your
What?
oh, sorry, my mic is being stupid. Like on a piece of armor, you've
Mhm.
got the hole that your arm comes out of,
Mhm.
and that doesn't necessarily have to be smoothed out. So you just, or crease, I'm sorry. Crease it once, and it gets the type of curvature that you're looking for.
Sure.
But you can't bake it or apply it because it would have a poly count too high to recrease the area.
But
And
why
you
would
probably
you
agree
recrease
with
there?
this. Well,
Oh.
we did the bottom one of what you're working on right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's make a hole. Bump. Split. Okay, so we have our hole, which is creased at the moment, right? And so we divide it.
Idiot now.
And then, I mean, like, and you can do, let's say, this. Inset. That. Come back in. Delete. Go back, calm down. We don't need to delete it. Let's just do polyloop, QMesh, polyloop. Nope. Oh, it's that little bugger right there. What's so funny is we don't even need you. This way, hold on. Let's just go back here and set. It's interesting that it when it does it. It gives you weird geometry. I mean,
Yeah.
we can do this. It's because those points are crossing over because it goes to that point, which I find very annoying. But you can just do it manually. Nope. Alt, delete edge. I guess I could stop doing this with a baseball bat size brush too. Nope, undo. Are you telling me that? It's too many points. All right, that's not how to do it. Then let us do this. There we go. Slide. And then slide. And the inside edge is creased, the outside edge is not. So now you can get a rolled pinch surface there. And if you want it to be a clean surface, crease, edge loop complete, tap that one, nope, tap that, nope, stop it, there, and now when you divide, it'll stay sharp ridged. Or you can just do the bottom one, and then it'll be sharp ridged and soft, right? So that's probably how I deal with the whole. Is that what you were asking? You're like, that's not even what I was talking about, you turd.
Like multiple crease levels on the same power or on the same model.
I don't think I mean, I always divide. Because at the end of the day, I sculpt. I very rarely do just straight hard modeling. Like, honestly, I mean, I'd probably do this. I'd divide it. Like I said, divide it once, divide it twice, increase all, divide. You can see where it sort of holds the edges. But I'm going to come in here and just hand sculpt this because I hate things that look too machined. So just my habits don't lend themselves to, you know. And usually that's because honestly, I'm never trying to make something look perfect enough that quote unquote you did it in the computer. I'm always trying to have a handcrafted look. So, you know, the imperfections that I get from my hand sculpting are normally what, you know, it's fine for me. I don't know, did that help? Or am I still not answering the question?
Actually, that's what I was looking for.
And Lazy Nezumi allows you to come in, pick a circle, Control 1, boom. And this is the beauty of Lazy Nezumi with ZBrush is that you can come in here, get that sort of center, and let's turn this off. Let's turn this up so you can see. Come here, and then you can just draw circles in. Right, so it never had to be in the model. And this has all kinds of tools that I think you'd probably like this one. It starts where you tap, and then you go in a direction, and it's going to leave where you tap, and go in a direction, leave where you tap, and go in a direction. And then there is this one, which just and then you can yeah. Right. And like radial, you know. So all that straight edge, hard surfacing sort of stuff becomes really easy with Lazy Nezumi. And these are forced perspective, like you can see that you can set your forced perspective angles and there's a way to get them to snap to these little ticks. I never use it that way. They keep showing us all these cool things they're doing with it. And you can see these are all forced perspective lines. I do use this one a lot. This is isometric, so you know you can set your angles. You can rotate it, and that comes in really helpful a lot of the time. This one's good. because you can come in and morph your circle into an oval. So Lazy Nezumi is a really, really good tool. It has French curves, right? And then it'll stroke along the curve. This one's kind of cool because it locks.
I'm terrible. So can you go back like 20 seconds?
What's that?
When you I'm terribly sorry, man. Like I
No,
said,
no, no, you're good, but
how you got that particular smoothness on the inner side of the tube.
how I got the smoothness on the inside of what?
The tube, that tube right there.
Like the cylinder here?
Yeah.
So how we got it smooth?
Yes. With the you said you used crease.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go back. All right, so we're here, right? Whenever you do this, it instantly creases it. That's just part of the split. Right. And so then ZModeler, QMesh, just select those. Drag them through. What did we put in here that's weird? Why is it going from both sides? Let's just start over. ZModeler, split, no, that slide, split, bump, split, bump, select, push through. So now these are already creased. So if we just divide, that's going to be a sharp hole. And then, like I said, I tend to uncrease all and then divide with the uncrease. And you can see you're not getting a razor sharp edge there. But when I sculpt on this, I'm also not fighting that crease anymore. So if I do trim dynamic, I come over here, I turn Lazy Nezumi on. I get my circle. I come over here, get in the center roughly, and then knock my corner off a little. Come in here and right if that crease was there, it would fight that, right? It's going to try to retain that crease if even through the sculpting.
I'll get to later. Thank you very much for showing me this today.
Yeah, of course. And that's just messy because I was being sloppy, but and because this brush has turned up way too high. Right. There it is.
Awesome. Yes, thank you very much.
Of course. Alrighty.
It's about that time.
Is it?
Yep.
Goodness gracious. Who knew? Wagology Willikers. I never get anything done, do I?
You got a bit done.
Maybe a little. We'll at least have him propped up. Oh, okay. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Well, I guess that's that. For those of you on YouTube, hit subscribe and follow and like and all that stuff. And the little bell. It's important to us. Important. And then next week will be crits. And if you don't own ZBrush, go get it. It's super exciting. You'll be very happy. And you would think that after years, I would have this down smoother, wouldn't you?
No, because we keep slowly adding more things to it.
I know. How am I supposed to remember any of that?
There's no chance for you.
No, there really isn't, is there? There really isn't a chance in hell. Visit our website, ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Join our Discord. That's a good one. You should join our Discord.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. Not saying buying ZBrush isn't a good one. But
If you're here, I just have to assume you've done that already. That's a bad assumption.
Yeah. Like, wow, I don't know. That's a hell of an assumption.
So join the Discord so we can convince you to buy ZBrush.
Well, and answer questions, and I mean, it's a pretty summative. We offer a lot of chocolate and marshmallows. Yeah. Okay. Something.
Something.
Do something.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks a lot, guys.
See you next week.
We will see you next week. Ciao.
Thank you.
Of course. Have a lovely night.
Bye.
You too, guys.